have that? I saw at the end of the show they played. I was going to do it, and we got going on something at the end, and I forgot about it. And that was like number 3 versus number 5 last night.
Well, and I believe Florida State was one of only 2 unbeaten.
Undefeated, 2 or 3. But you might be right, David, because I don't keep as close track as you do.
Florida 7-2.
So, Jake loves ECU baseball, follows it really closely. They lost to everybody between graduation and transfer. They had the kid from Fort Myers that was pitching for him that went to Arkansas. They just got completely gutted. And now they're young, and he's just going through here. They got swept by North Carolina. They blew a game against Campbell. It's just so funny to listen to him. He's like, all right, we just got to win 30 games in conference and be a 2 seed. We're not hosting a region. It's over.
No, you're not. That's so funny. So spoiled.
Yeah. But it's hard now with the money the SEC has. They're just poaching players.
Yeah, in all sports.
That's what I mean. People don't realize it. Baseball and all the rest of them, they're getting them.
Morning, everybody.
I think the poll question has been written for us today.
Okay.
It's National Girl Scout Day.
Which cookie?
Which cookie? Tag along, Samoa, Thin Mint. I don't know what the other one is.
Oh, man. Yeah, ambient. You should have just took the points. By the way, the points got bet down from 8.5 to 5.5.
Holy Toledo.
Yes. Delaware was 5.5 at tip.
I didn't even look at that because I knew it was 8.5 the whole time. Like I said, I didn't pay much attention to the first half and started the College Sports Network on Sirius had the game on, and I was just like, and I'm like, all right, let's listen to some. And the radio play-by-play is even better to me. Awesome. It's just as awesome.
That's why when it was a 5-point game with around 10 seconds to go and the Delaware kid was squaring up for a 3, that was the cover right there. He misses it. They're going to foul. They ain't going to cover.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. We will get over it together. Hope your week is going well. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for spending part of your day and week with us. Mark, how you doing? How's it going?
I'm doing good. This week is flying by already. I had kind of a busy day on Monday after the show to get things done, and my daughter didn't have school because why should she? And then yesterday, after the show, had to go down and see the guys over at American Paint Supply. Part of David and I's job, as we now own this company, is We not only do the radio show, produce the radio show, engineer the radio show, we are responsible for the advertising sales. 21,000 sponsor, might as well get it out of the way now. But went and saw Gene and talked to them a little bit. They listened to the show. So now not only are the guys that work there in tune with Miller and Moulton, but the gals that work there are getting sports shoved down their throat on a daily basis.
So they hate us.
I don't know. Everybody was very friendly. They were very friendly. No. That's if some of the gals would have known who I was, they may have had some disdain.
Right.
But you walk in the door, it's good morning, how are you? Very nice, friendly place. You know what blew me away? Just a little sponsor plug. It's a paint store.
Right.
Paint's messy.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a whole back, warehouse area, rows of different supplies that they sell. It was clean, like really clean. That blew me away. I'm always impressed by big warehouse type stores that can maintain cleanliness when I happen to work here.
Do you think it's because they use one of our other sponsors, Molly Maid? Do you think that's why? No? Boom. But thanks to Gene and the good folks at American Paint Supplies, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. But yes, do not identify yourself to the women at work there, because their face will change. Because we've seen that face before when it's a husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend, and the guy is, moderately impressed that we are who we are because he would like to talk sports for a living. And so when he meets us and then he go, oh, and this is, this is my wife, Julie, or what have you. And the look on her face is like, yeah, the guys I hear in the car all flipping
all the time. He says, hold on 1 second. They've got Pat Kerwin on. He's making a point.
Exactly. Okay. Hey, I need you to not on Tuesdays. Not going to do it on Tuesday.
Damn it.
Sampson and Kerwin, sorry. Get your own breakfast.
So then I had one other thing happen yesterday. Where my daughter goes to school, they communicate incredibly well with her grades. I get an email with every assignment that's completed. I know exactly what she does, every quiz, every test, every homework assignment.
That's not right.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not right.
No, actually, it is.
No.
But she bombed a quiz yesterday. And my wife called me during her lunch from work. My wife never calls me at lunch, very rarely.
No, and when she does call, I know you're like, oh, this can't be good.
Correct. It's one of two things. I either have to get something for her, and that's fine, or it's Armageddon. Yesterday was Armageddon. My wife was hot over the test. We expect my daughter, she does very well in school. We have high expectations for her. And she bombed a quiz. And so my wife is pissed. And she's on the phone with me. And my daughter, part of her perks for making her travel gymnastics team was she got a phone. Don't know if I was really for that, but I mean, let's be honest, David, I have no say-so in this.
No, that was the excuse, and you went with it.
So the phone was supposed to be just on weekends and just on gymnastics day. But the daughter has been getting great grades, and she lobbied and said, why can't I use the phone? My lowest grade's a 98, Dad. Hard to argue with that logic. She bombs the quiz.
Oh, well.
I pick her up, and she knows that I know when I pick her up. And we get in the car, and I tell her, I just looked at her, I put my hand out, I said, give me the phone. And the eyes got wide, the tears started swelling up, and she started crying a little bit, and she knew why I was having the phone. What do you mean? And I said, Mom's really mad. And I said, I'm mad too. I said, and she goes, what do you mean? Mom worked. How did you talk to Mom? I go, we do have phones too. So we take the ride home.
This is so, can you imagine if during our growing up, if this was the case? I mean, do you know all the stuff that we were able to hide or at least prolong and keep away from our parents to the absolute bitter end? I mean, that's why I just think this is great for you as a parent, but you as the student, this would have ended your life at an early age.
So the wife was ready to take gymnastics away, to take
Oh,
softball
my
away, to take the phone
goodness.
away. I got the brakes pumped. I got just the phone. We go
Whiz.
home. I feed the kid. I take her to gymnastics. We've kind of calmed things, but she knows the wrath of mom's coming.
Sure.
So we go to pick her up, and I'm listening to a little Blue Hens basketball on the ride to pick her up at 8:30.
There you go. UNC Wilmington. Okay. Yep. The Coastal Final, baby. Nip and tuck down the
Early
stretch.
second half, Delaware's on a 12-4 run to retake the lead as I go
There
get
we
my daughter
go.
gymnastics. And she walks out of gymnastics, which I let her have her phone for because it's for emergencies in case she had to call us. She walks off the gymnastics floor. She hands me the phone with a look of disgust on her face, and we walk to the car. I said, how was it? She goes, it doesn't matter. She gets to the car. She has to deal with mom. Mom, who was pissed at 2.
Right.
Now sees her daughter, and it's an incredibly sympathetic voice. The whole ride home, we have a discussion for a couple of minutes, and then we have a hug when we get out of the car. And a mom-daughter, and then another mom-daughter hug. So you know what happened in the whole thing. I'm the bad guy.
Right.
I'm the bad guy.
Right. Meanwhile, Attila the Hun was the one that called you at 2.
Right.
Right.
And she's getting the hugs and the cries, and everything's
Right.
worked out, and it's hunky-dory, and I'm the bastard that took the phone away. Unbelievable.
When you were just following orders.
Damn right I was. So
I love the fact that what does it matter? As if my joy for living is over.
yep. What does it matter?
What does it matter? Tell me on the inside you weren't howling with
Crying.
laughter when she said that to you.
Crying because you can't, and you know that you can't.
Totally. It's the
And I'm way over being mad by that. I found out about I literally found about the test score while we were on the air yesterday. I got it at like 8:46. So I knew the call from the wife was coming. I knew I had to deal with the daughter, but I didn't know I was going to get sabotaged by the wife last night.
Totally. So she took her angst out, directed it at you, and then saw her only child. It was like, oh, come on, give me a hug. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. I'll get the phone back from that bad, mad dad you have. Don't worry.
Unbelievable.
Don't you worry. You want some ice cream, kiddo? You were absolutely thrown under the bus and backed over yesterday.
Yep.
Man, oh man. Tell you what, you know what? Take that out on them. We got madness coming up. You can do 3 weeks of ignoring the both of them.
Oh, you got that right.
TV, radio, multiple TVs, the whole deal. Just leave me alone. Deal with yourself and your quizzes and your tests. I don't care. I do want to go back to one thing, though. Can we now start to say about your daughter that, you know, how the old, day to day, aren't we all? Is that kind of what going to school is now for her? You going to school today? Oh, I don't know. We're day to day. Oh, okay.
No, there's no option. What did you say it was at your house growing up? A benevolent dictatorship?
Damn right it was.
That's what it is in our house too.
I forget how old I was when my mother said, here's how it's going to work, kiddo. When she went kiddo,
Ooh.
you knew you were one step away from, not niceties. This is how it's going to go, kiddo. All right. When I say jump, you're going to be midway on your way up when you ask how high. You got it? I got it, Mom. Okay. This is one of the few times in which I do feel for the current generation, though. I mean, if my mother knew before I could tell her what was going on, oh, man.
David, in the 4th grade, I got a D- in science. Mrs. Mackenzie's class. The report cards for 3rd quarter came out March or whatever, and that's about when spring break started.
Right.
My parents had left 5 days before I did to vacation in Marco Island. And this is mid-70s, late 70s. And my grandmother took care of me. And so I got the report card. I buried the report card in my dresser because the parents had to sign the report card and you had to take it back to school.
Right.
So, in fact, the report card came before they left, but I knew they were leaving. I buried the report card. I said, we didn't get him yet. So then I lied from that point until 3 days before the report cards had to be returned with a signature. Left the report card on the table for my parents and went to bed after school and hid in my bedroom. When my father came home and saw that grade and started yelling out the front door, thinking I was out playing, because that's what you did at that point in your life.
Right.
And I had to come out of the bedroom and face my father, who was then unbuckling his belt.
Darn right he was.
For the D-. My daughter has no idea.
No
how
idea.
easy it was yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, please, in fact, you should probably, the two of you should win some kind of parenting award.
I don't know if I'd go that far just yet, but all I know is that it's a far cry from the late 70s with the bad grade.
Why? We're giving certificates and trophies to all the 10 and 11-year-olds who are playing. Why can't the parents give themselves one too? There's your morning snark for you.
We will get to sports on the other side. Another 728 players were signed in the National Football League. There's news in the golf world. We will talk about that with Whit Watson at 8 o'clock. Seth Everett in his usual spot. And we will talk Vikings with Matt Anderson in the bonus hour. The starting five, 25 minutes ahead on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
okay music along those lines. My mom was a school nurse because she was a nurse. Now she was never in my school district. Even my mother said, yeah, I wasn't going to do that to you. But so, I mean, it took a lot for me to miss a day of school. In fact, a low grade fever wouldn't do it. It had to, we had to get close to 101, I think. 100-ish, maybe. But my mom used wooden spoons until she broke one on my fanny. And so then she switched to the spatula, which had the whip. I don't think I ever told this story on the air, but so my mother had a big nursing ring on. She graduated nursing school. And I guess she was taking me through the grocery store, and I was sitting.
Yeah, you told that.
And I guess I kind of reached down and bit her. And my mother just instinctively went whack, and the ring just split my lip. And I'm crying and bleeding like crazy. And my mother said, I thought I did a hell of a job. I managed to berate you while going over to the tissue aisle and grabbing a box of tissues and stuffing the tissues in your mouth. Here, hold this. Stop the bleeding. And another thing, and if you ever bite me again, blah, 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 blah. And my mother said, I'd never forget the looks I was getting at the checkout line. She goes, it was the only time that I thought like social services was going to follow me to the car. And then my mother will go, but the moral of the story is you never bit me again.
Awesome.
Told some of these stories to my daughter. Her eyes were like saucers. Like, that's grow up in the 60s and 70s, young lady. We didn't wear helmets.
My favorite one of the Gen Xers, like when we were 12, we were 30. We were smoking cigarettes, drinking our parents' liquor because they weren't home.
Right. Okay. We had keys to the place. Okay. Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day. Let's get over it together. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So the poll question should be easy today, right? We've got one of those days.
Today is National Girl Scout Day. The Girl Scouts were founded today. And I probably should have had that up because I've already done it for later in the show. But the Girl Scouts were founded today in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia.
Hello.
Great city. But so with that being said, I mean, isn't it just what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie? And
Absolutely.
I did look up, I quickly searched the most popular Girl Scout cookies because I'm a Thin Mint person. My wife is a tag-along person. She also likes the Samoa. Those three are listed as the most popular. The next three, or the next two, are Adventurefuls, which I have to be honest, I've never heard of, and Do-si-dos. That's a peanut butter sandwich.
Okay.
So I don't know if we put 4 or 5 on or if we just put the big 3. That's my only dilemma with this.
We should probably just play the hits, don't you
That's
think?
kind of where I am.
I mean, do you want to put other to encompass all the other Girl Scout cookies?
I hate the cop-out answer. The only other question, really, from a sports standpoint, is who the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback's going to be next year.
Well, I will say, if you had to choose, who would you want to be your quarterback next year, Rodgers or Russell Wilson? I
Right.
think that's a solid poll question.
I agree with that. There might be a reason to have 2 today. The reason would be having a sponsor, but we may have 2 anyhow.
You're on a roll today. Okay.
I'm in a great mood this morning. I truly am. Even though I got, I lost another battle last night. That's all right. There was small conference basketball on, and Delaware nearly pulled it off against North Carolina Wilmington.
Wasn't that fun, though? Isn't that fun for a Tuesday night? You don't really have much going on, and you get to turn to someone in your house and go, hey, let's talk about the Blue Hens. Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah, the Blue Hens.
Well, that's where, my wife did ask. She goes, now, did Delaware, I kind of explained it. She goes, does that put them in anywhere near a bubble? Like, no, this is a 1-bid league.
Right.
You win this game, you keep playing. You lose this game, your college career could be over for anybody who's in their last guys. Right. And when I said that, she's like, that even kind of made her sit a little more up. She's like, oh, okay. An elimination game, essentially.
And I know it's 2 teams who were not going to do anything significant in the ACC tournament, but did you see the phantom foul that got called in the final second of the Pitt Notre Dame ACC play-in game?
Right. And what he means by final second, the foul was called with 0.5 on the clock.
But did you see that literally the guy
to see? I didn't see anything, David.
Well, no, because he literally didn't touch anyone. No one on the floor did the guy they call the foul on touch. And so instead of going to overtime, Notre Dame got to shoot 2 free throws and made 1. They beat Pitt 55-54, and Pitt's done. It might cost Capel his job.
Capel in the post game said it's the worst call he's seen in 25 years of coaching. Now, I know that's in the moment and he's upset, but it was with a very calm demeanor. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't pointing fingers. He just said in 25 years coaching basketball, that's the worst call I've ever seen. The ACC, the color commentator of the game said emphatically, it was not a foul.
It's not a foul. And then they were like talking amongst themselves. Well, can you overturn that? And the guy's like, no, you can't. Okay. It's not like the NBA where you get a challenge. All right. And you can go, yeah, I think you missed one there. Now, as it is, we already have way too many reviews in college basketball. I mean, as somebody who still dabbles and does a little college hoops, they are going to the scorer's table to check. I mean, seemingly every time there's contact between 2 people, they are going to the scorer's table to make sure it wasn't a flagrant foul of some kind and somebody doesn't have to be assessed something. It's kind of like, come on, guys. I mean, well,
their butts are on the line as officials. I don't like it either, but David, their butts are on the line as officials if a flagrant is overlooked. And so they don't want to make them. You're right. It takes too long. But because flagrants have been missed, we overcorrect.
But when you see something that egregiously bad, you think to yourself, do we need to put a mechanism in place to overturn that, or do we just have to accept that? Does that just come with the human element? But wow, I will say this. How about if I propose to you this, Mark Miller, Commissioner of the ACC? Hey, how about if we institute in our ACC tournament some sort of mechanism that we can make sure this never happens again, whether we give teams a challenge or whether or not we can literally come in and go, yeah, that wasn't a foul, or, I'm sorry, you missed that one. Because remember, back in the day, the ACC tournament had the 3-point line before the NCAA tournament had it, like 3 years later. So, I mean, what was it, 1 or 2 years the Big East experimented? They had six fouls in a game.
Every conference had a different 3-point line. That's why there wasn't a 3-point line in the NCAA, because every conference had a little different length of what it was before they got any uniformity.
Would you be okay? I propose that at a meeting. Would you go forward with that next year in the ACC basketball tournament? We put a mechanism in place to make sure that Pitt Notre Dame never happens again. We don't do it during the regular season, by the way. This is the tournament, though. This is win or go home.
Right. David, I'm not opposed to it. These conference tournaments matter so little now for the major conferences. I don't know really what you're accomplishing by doing this, because unless North Carolina or SMU win the ACC tournament, we already know how many ACC representatives there are in the NCAA tournament. I think ultimately what you're trying to do is start it in the ACC tournament, so that the NCAA tournament says, we need to institute this here. And if that's the ultimate goal, then I'm for it.
I mean, what if we just do it in the final minute of the games? Final minute and overtime. Okay, and we put some sort, however we want to do it, but some sort of mechanism in place where if something clearly happened that they clearly missed, or if something didn't happen at all, and they invented it and said it happened, that you get to go, yeah, upon further review, we got to get this right.
I want the calls right. You know that. It doesn't matter the sport. That's my ultimate goal. And if it takes a couple of minutes longer in the whole totality of a game, I'm fine with that.
And here's why. And if you shoot me down in the meeting, I'm okay with it. But here's another reason why. Not just to get it right, but what have we had a proliferation of in the last 3 years? Gambling. And what is the very first thing that people said when they saw that imaginary foul yesterday? They questioned the integrity of the official. All right. And I'm just saying, and, I don't think there's anything nefarious that went on. I think he thought he saw something that, well, not only didn't he see, it didn't happen. But it's just a suggestion. We kind of do our own little thing here, see if others like it down the road, or if they go, you're over officiating it. Okay.
Ultimately, you know me, I want the calls right. I would be for it. It was terrible to see what happened at the end of that Pitt Notre Dame game. Who knows? Notre Dame might have won in overtime, but we never got to see it because of a blown call with 1 second left.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mhm.
The Floormeister commercial is wild. How is the Floormeister commercial wild? I just like
I
hearing
know.
David say the Petite Enfant collection.
I had to clarify it with TJ. I'm like, so this looks French. So I'm going to guess we pronounce it because it's French Canadian.
Yeah, I challenged, I would challenge TJ. Do you sure you want to go Canadian at this point in time in Southwest Florida with your ads?
Well, but we're talking quality wood here. I know. That's funny. Stop by the showroom to see their hardwood. What was the bait shop? You can't beat our bait.
Masturbate and tackle.
Masturbate and tackle. You can't beat our bait. Come on, tell me. Do you remember the first time you heard Neil Rogers do the Sofa King ads? Sofa King ads? Oh my God. Nearly wrecked the car.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want to use the word because you never know what these are taped. But
Right.
I'm on a TikTok roll. And do you remember when Reverend Jesse Jackson was running for president? This going way back. And he referred to New York City as something town?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Eddie Murphy on SNL did a song called that. First off, I don't even know if you could air that now. I was laughing so hard.
Well, that's like the bit that Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase did.
Oh my God.
I mean, that is
right. By the way, do we want to at least do a short segment on Man U? And it's not a soccer, on them leaving Old Trafford for a 100,000 seat stadium. That's like the Red Sox knocking down Fenway.
Oh my goodness, really? Why are they well, we know why they're doing that, but
we know exactly why they're doing it. But I mean, it is, to me, it has nothing. I want to translate it to Wrigley or Fenway or Lambeau.
Are the folks bent out of shape?
They just unveiled it yesterday, so I don't know.
Does John Henry own them? Who owns them? Doesn't one of our guys?
Man, isn't that Glazer?
Oh, is that Glazer? Oh man, and they hate him to begin with. Shimko, I listen, and I grew up with Imus. Okay, I heard the Grease Man in DC, the Neil Rogers show, most amazing radio show I ever heard. And the fact that he did that show basically by himself, he pressed the buttons and the drop-ins, how quick he was. Oh my goodness.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I think we may have 2 poll questions today. That's making up for not having one on Monday. All right.
I agree.
So our weekly, number is 5. We should do one a day for 5 days. Every now and then we cheat. All right. And we do 0 one day and then we make it up. So we're going for extra credit today. Our Miller and Moulton. Today's National Girl Scout Day.
Girl Scout Day, yes. Girl Scouts were founded today in 1912.
So we're going to ask you what's your favorite cookie.
Right.
And then we'll throw in a sports question, and we will get far more votes for what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie than we will. If you had to choose between the two, which one would you want to be your quarterback this year? Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers? That's yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, that's how our audience sees when we ask them a straightforward sports question. They almost always go, huh, yeah, really? Couldn't come up with something cute, creative, like the other shows do?
I'll get cute and creative on X while you do this.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
We'll start with the NFL. It's very popular these days. There were some late signings yesterday. Who knows? Maybe you missed them. Like Joey Bosa signed with the Bills. They weren't even being talked about yesterday for Bosa. 1 year, $12.6 million. He turns 30 during this season, or he will play. I think he turns 30 during the offseason. The Ravens and D-Hop came to a deal. DeAndre Hopkins had given quite a few interviews in recent years about how he'd love to play with Lamar. Well, he's going to be the Ravens' number 3 receiver. That's a pretty good number 3, even at the age of 32. 1 year, $5 million guaranteed, could make up to $6 million. Daniel Jones went to Indianapolis because he's going to be given a full-fledged open competition to be the number 1 quarterback against Anthony Richardson. He was not going to get that in Minnesota or elsewhere. Daniel Jones is getting $14 million for this coming season. Boy, that'll be an interesting quarterback competition because they're both mobile. Richardson obviously faster, but Richardson holds onto the ball a very long time and throws the ball deep downfield. Daniel Jones can't be skittish enough and get rid of it quickly enough, and he throws everything close to the line of scrimmage. They're 2 very different mobile quarterbacks. 49ers cut Leonard Floyd during the day. Falcons signed him at night. The 32-year-old who had 8.5 sacks last year gets a 1-year, $10 million deal. Dolphins may have found their number 3 wide receiver, Nick Westbrook-Ikine, from the Titans. He had 500 yards receiving and 9 touchdowns last year. He's a 6'2 target. He may be their number 3 wideout. 49ers have been getting rid of a lot of guys, but they did sign one yesterday. Rams wide receiver DeMarcus Robinson gets $6 million guaranteed. He gets a 2-year, $9.5 million deal. Robinson had career high numbers last year with the Rams. So The NFL handed out compensatory draft picks yesterday. They handed out 35 picks to 15 different teams. The earliest pick they will hand out is after the third round and before the fourth. And there were 6 teams that were awarded a third round compensatory pick. They were the Niners, Rams, Lions, Dolphins, Vikings, and Giants. They got the compensatory third rounders. So that's picks now 97 through 102. And then the fourth round begins with pick 103. By the way, 4 teams got a compensatory fourth round pick. 8 teams got a fifth round pick. There were 8 sixth round picks and 9 seventh round picks that were given up yesterday. So 35 picks to 15 teams. For what it's worth, the Ravens, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, and the Niners all received 4 compensatory picks. The Dolphins picks are at the end of the third round, at the end of the fourth, and 2 seventh rounders. College basketball. For as much as things change, Mark, they seemingly stay the same in the West Coast Conference. This is the worst Gonzaga team in the last 25 years. This might be the best St. Mary's team of the century. In the WCC final last night, Gonzaga beat St. Mary's 58-51. Now, don't worry, St. Mary's will get a bid, but they don't go in as a conference champ.
Right. But I think because St. Mary's was going to the tournament either way.
Right.
You told St. Mary's you can win one game in the tournament and get bounced, or win your conference tournament and lose in the first round of the NCAA. I think they'd pick winning their conference.
Maybe, but I'll tell you what, St. Mary's has flamed out of a lot of NCAA tournaments recently. So they need to win at least a game. And I do think this will affect their seeding, Mark. If they had won last night, I think they probably would have been in a 5-12 game as the 5. Now I have a feeling they're going to fall to at least a 6, if not lower. The Coastal last night. It used to be the Colonial. The magical run of Delaware ended. UNC Wilmington held on at the end and beat the Blue Hens 76-72. Delaware was looking to win 5 games in 5 days in their Coastal swan song. They're headed to Conference USA.
They had made all kinds of threes leading up
Yep.
to that, and they couldn't make one. I think they made 6 all night, 6 for like 20-something at the end of the night. As the color guy said, the legs were gone.
Tired legs. Can't make jumpers. St. Francis out of Pennsylvania wins the Northeast Conference. They win the NEC over Central Connecticut 46-43. Bob Moe headed back to the dance. Robert Morris won the Horizon. They beat Youngstown State 89-78. Leonard Hamilton's coaching career came to an end yesterday. Syracuse eliminated Florida State in the ACC tournament 66-62. Coach Ham goes out 17-15. Big 12 tournament, UCF beat Utah 87-72. UCF will play Kansas later today in Kansas City in the Big 12. FIU surprisingly won a game in the Conference USA tournament last night. They beat Western Kentucky 64-61. They'll play one of the favorites, Jacksonville State, later today. FAMU, a winner in the SWAC over Prairie View. They'll play Jackson State later on in the SWAC. Mark, the America East final was set last night. It'll be Maine against Bryant. First time in a while. There's no Vermont. But, Mark, they're not going to play the America East final till Saturday. So, yeah, the semis on Tuesday, the final on Saturday. 5 o'clock today, we've got the Southland final, Lamar and McNeese State. A lot of people circling McNeese. Will Wade, the coach, brought a lot of guys back from last year's 30-win team. A lot of people circling McNeese as a 13 seed that can win a game. I am so hoping McNeese gets Michigan in a 4-13 because I've said it now for a week and a half. Whoever Michigan's playing in the tournament, I'm taking the other team.
The only thing that I would refute what you're talking about, I get what you're saying, but if Michigan plays a team like that, and I don't know what their lineup looks like, my guess is that they're not big.
Right.
Michigan's two best players are their bigs. They
Yep.
score all of their points.
Yep.
And I don't know how some of these teams will be able to slow down Michigan's bigs.
Patriot League final is tonight, 7 o'clock. 15-18 Navy taking on American. 7 o'clock CBS Sports Network. The Big Sky Finals, 11:30 tonight, ESPN2, Montana and Northern Colorado. Women's hoops, FGCU advanced to the ASUN final again. They've never not advanced to the ASUN final. They beat Eastern Kentucky by 16. They'll host Central Arkansas for the title, 2 o'clock on Saturday. I think it'd be like their 9th in a row, something like that. 2016 is the last time FGCU did not win the ASUN. South Florida is going to play Rice tonight in the women's AAC final. They beat North Texas by 10 yesterday. And FAMU's women's season came to an end. Mississippi Valley State beat them. NBA, only 4 games. The Pistons are tied for 4th in the East with Indiana and Milwaukee. Detroit beat Washington by 20. They're 8 games over 500. Same as the Bucks and the Pacers. Did you see how Milwaukee lost to Indiana yesterday?
Well, I don't personally like how you phrased that. Did you see how Indiana beat Milwaukee? Come on now. That was unbelievable.
With a 4-point play with under 4 seconds to go. Tyrese Halliburton, who hit the shot and then the free throw, said, yeah, it's our football play. 115-114 Pacers. Cavs have won 15 in a row for the second time this year. They beat Brooklyn by 5. And New Orleans beat the Clippers. LA's the 8th seed out west. Very sad news. Junior Bridgman, very good player, legendary high school and college player. All right. Just purchased 10% of the Milwaukee Bucks recently. Was at a charity event in Louisville, suffered a massive heart attack and died at the age of 71. Bridgman, drafted by the Lakers, was in the trade where he went to Milwaukee, and this Lou Alcindor guy went to Los Angeles.
Dealt with him once, way post-playing career, because in my radio sales career, I handled the Wendy's account. Junior Bridgman owned a bunch of the Wendy's here in Southwest Florida, had over, I think, 400 or 700 restaurants nationally. He did incredibly well in his life. I usually dealt with his marketing person, but one time was lucky enough to get to deal with Junior on the phone. Was wonderful time talking to him. Saw that yesterday. Sad news.
He was a billionaire. That's
Yes.
how successful he was. NHL, Panthers gave up 3 in the third to the Bruins and lost 3-2. Tampa lost to Carolina 4-1. Columbus lost to Jersey, but they're still the final wild card in the East, 2 points clear of the Canadiens, Bruins, and Rangers. Ottawa has given themselves some breathing room. They're now 5 points clear, and they're the first wild card. They beat Philly 5-2. Montreal 4-2 over Vancouver. Ovechkin with 3 assists in a Washington win over Anaheim. Winnipeg beat the Rangers 2-1. Crosby with 2 goals. He has 615 on his career. Penguins in overtime over Vegas. Baseball, Red Sox injury news. Brayan Bello, their opening day starter last year, won 14 games. He's got a sore shoulder. He's not going to leave Florida and be ready for opening day. And Rafael Devers still has not made his spring debut. He was supposed to debut last week. Then he was supposed to debut this past Saturday. Then he was supposed to debut today. Now they're pushing it to Saturday. Okay. Tiger Woods blew out his left Achilles tendon. He said training for the Masters. He had surgery. Who knows when we'll see him again. Last time we saw Tiger on a golf course was the Open Championship at Troon last July. TPC, by the way, gets underway tomorrow. Jay Monahan said we're committed to the SLIV deal. We're going to go through with it, and we're going to start to publish slow play times. Basically, they're going to start shaming the golfers.
Find the golfers. Don't shame them. Hit them in their pocket. If you want them to play faster, it's very simple. Find them. These guys love their money. Hit them in the damn pocketbook. We don't need public shaming. We already know who all of the slow players are on tour.
Fine them or take strokes away.
Both. I don't give
No. But if you had to choose, which do you think would have more of an effect?
Probably taking strokes away, but I just don't think they've got the guts to do that.
College baseball, the Noles were one of 2 undefeated teams until the Gators beat them last night 7-2. By the way, UCF whooped up on Miami 14-4 in college baseball. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories and shaming of slow players that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton.
What would you do?
Oh, I'd hit them with strokes. Because that also costs some money.
Exactly. But I just don't think the PGA Tour has the guts to do that. I don't. Unless the networks damn near demanded it from them.
Justin Thomas said yesterday, I'm one of the slower players, okay, but I'm totally in favor of this.
Okay.
So, well, we'll see. Now, if you yell at him when he's in the bunker, that's unacceptable. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mellowed. You have no idea how funny that is, Mello. He wants a weekly segment.
Yeah, no.
Ambient, is that how you pronounce it? Akine? The new Dolphins receiver? Well, thanks for that. Akine. Got it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton. We are very fired up as we get over the hump on this Wednesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Whit Watson, an hour from now. A lot to talk about in the golf world. Players gets underway tomorrow. Tiger, another major injury. Will he play again before he's 50? Is
When's
it
he turn 50?
December 30th?
No.
So is it possible the next time we see Tiger Woods in competition, it's on the Champions Tour?
It's entirely possible. I think there's a better chance of seeing him next at Augusta a year from now, because Augusta will be played before the U.S. Senior Open, which is when I think he will make his Champions Tour debut.
Whit Watson, 1 hour from now. We'll ask Whit that question, along with the other things going on in the golfing world, including shaming. They're going to publicly shame the slow players. Because as Justin Thomas said yesterday, even if we just post them in the locker room, it'll get out.
I think they should have to wear a pink sweater with a big S on it.
Is this like finishing last in your fantasy league? Is that what we want now?
Well, it's the scarlet letter. It's the big S. You're slow.
I have a question. Do we just give it to one person? Is this like the yellow jersey in the Tour de France? Do we just keep passing the S?
No,
second
this is
round?
more like the Democrat congresswomen that all wore pink. I
Okay.
want the slow players identified. I want, when I walk on the course at a tournament, I want to know exactly who the slow players are.
Okay, what's the color then?
I
say
told
it's
you,
got
it's a pink sweater with a big S on it.
see. Come on, don't you have to go something having to do with like a traffic light, like a yellow? They're slow. Okay. Or do we make them wear green? Hey, got to speed up. Got to go. Got to go. Green means go.
Well,
No?
I see where you're going, and I like it, but and not that wearing pink's embarrassing, but they wear green, they wear yellow, they wear red. I want neon. I want something that I want them to have to wear Johnny Miller's outfit from the Sammy Davis Invitational. Okay, that's what I want. Plaid pants. I want wide collars and bad shoes.
You want to go 1976 Greater Hartford Open?
I do.
Did I ever tell you about the fashion golf feature I did at the BC Open in the early 90s? All right. I don't think I've ever told Curtis Strange this, and we've had him on the show many times. The very first time I talked to Curtis Strange was as a reporter for the CBS affiliate in Binghamton, New York. He played in the BC Open, which was in the area. Okay. And, we covered it wall to wall, Mark. That was our tournament. We were there, sun up to sundown from Monday through Sunday, baby. That was it. And so, you got to come up with a feature story or two. Well, so I decided to do one on golf fashion. And Curtis played along. Jim Thorpe played along. Tom Kite wanted to take a 4-iron, okay, and hit me with it.
Well, he had such a personality out there. I'm surprised that was the case.
Right.
Always known as one of the big talkers on tour.
But there were some who went along with it. Okay, had some fun. You ask them, hey, are there guys out here who you actually think dress well? And then, is there somebody out here in which you go, come on, dude, we got to go grocery shopping afterwards, clothes shopping afterwards. So, but it went better than I thought it was. I was afraid they weren't going to talk to me the rest of the week.
I like that.
So,
because golf fashion is its own world. I mean,
yes,
we in golf have brought the white belt back. I don't know anywhere else where the white belt is acceptable, and I've jumped on board. I own one.
Do you wear it, though?
All the time. White shoes, white belt.
Look at you channeling your inner Rick Pitino. I mean, now just, one or two more garments and we'll be all set.
Exactly.
We've got not one but two poll questions today. That's how fired up we are. One sports, one non-sports. So we know the non-sports one is the one that you're really interested in.
Not so far, actually. They're interested in the quarterbacks by just a slight edge in the early going. If you had to pick one of these two to be your quarterback, who would you choose? Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? Right now, Aaron Rodgers getting 2/3 of the vote. And because today is National Girl Scout Day, what is your favorite Girl Scout cookie? The big three are up: Tag-along Samoas and Thin Mints. Right now, Thin Mints with the majority vote. Tag-alongs in second. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. You can always text in your answers if you would like at 21,000. If you've not texted the show in the last 5 or 6 months, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like.
Okay, my answer for which quarterback, if your only choices for next year were Rodgers or Russell Wilson, and I said, I do think it depends on the team.
I mean, not to be a jerk here, that's why I said Pittsburgh, because they're both linked to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I wanted to be specific, but because then that throws that variable in.
Well, but I think like the Steelers and the Giants, the word is one of these guys that the favorite is going to go to the Steelers, and the lovable loser of the two is going to end up with the Giants. But if I'm the Giants, and I could be totally wrong with this, I'm still getting a quarterback in this draft. I'm doing whatever I have to do to get Cam Ward. Now, Tennessee may make it really hard and expensive on me, but I'm moving up to 1 and I'm getting Cam Ward. So I'm looking at these two guys as a 1-year rental. I don't even know if they'll finish the season as the starter. And so to me, that guy is Rodgers. Because I don't know if he has more than a year left in him. Hell, I don't even know if he's got a year left in him. There are some that said, yeah, I saw him play last year. He's done. I still think he's got a year left in him. But I also think, like, he has openly talked about, yeah, Brett wasn't great to me. Brett didn't really help me. And I remembered that even though I was not crazy about them drafting Jordan Love, I did say to myself, hey, don't treat him the way Brett treated you. And Jordan Love has said, hey, Aaron was pretty good to me. And Aaron still calls him.
Hey, by all accounts, we said this yesterday. Aaron's been a good teammate to the majority. I mean, I watched that receivers documentary series that was on Netflix. Devontae Adams was in Vegas. When they played the Jets, I mean, that whole episode was about, and they didn't show it, but Devontae Adams spent hours with Rodgers and came out feeling rejuvenated to play football. This was before he was traded. This is the season before when he was in Vegas. And he just talked about, I needed to talk to Aaron. Man, that was great. That really helped.
And so that's why if I'm the Giants, I want Rodgers. Because Ward's going to be my future. I'll make sure of that. And I need a 1-year rental. And I know it may get sticky if I'm tapping him on the shoulder week 13 and saying, hey, time to eat some pine. This is how your career is going to end. Wearing the hat and the clipboard. It's time to put Cam in there.
And I don't think Rodgers would sign up for that. I don't think he minds being a mentor, but I don't think he wants to go somewhere where he's going to spend the last 4 games of his career sitting on the bench.
Well, I wouldn't tell him that, but I'm just saying in my mind that could happen. Meanwhile, I don't think Russ thinks he's, done in less than 5 more years. I think Russ believes he can still wing it. He can still play. So, if I'm the Giants, I want Rodgers. If I'm Tennessee and I'm still in the market for a veteran quarterback, even though I signed Mac Jones, okay, I'd want Russell Wilson. I don't have anybody. I may need a guy for 2-3 years, and I think he may have it left in him. And his mobility could help us right now. I mean, Mark, isn't that our biggest concern in Pittsburgh? Can Rodgers survive behind that offensive line? I mean, both Fields and Russell Wilson were doing a lot of running, a lot of moving around the pocket just to be able to get passes off. Is it going to work with the old guy?
I don't know. I really don't, because that offensive line, while they've invested a lot into it, it was injured last year. Most of the players have not worked out as well as they have thought. And they are going to have to patch that line up, period. But I don't know. You think they're trading Pickens. You very well may be right. But with Pickens, Metcalf, and Freiermuth, I like that for any quarterback.
Early voting, obviously. Question's only been up a half hour. But over 70% of you right now are choosing Aaron Rodgers over Russell Wilson. Can I ask an unbiased question? Who had a better year last year? I mean, a lot of times we make these votes based on last impressions. Wouldn't you have to conclude that Russell Wilson, even though he only played, 11 regular season games and a playoff game? So Aaron had, quote, better stats, unquote. But if you ask most people, hey, just last year, who had the better year, Rodgers or Wilson? Who do you think would win that vote?
I think, believe it or not, because I think people are aware of the numbers, I think Rodgers would win the vote.
Interesting. That's why I'm very surprised at the early voting.
Maybe because of the last 5 games. Things were bad for Pittsburgh on the way out, and Russ looked bad in every one of those games.
And National Girl Scout Day. What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie? Thin Mint's in the lead, but less than 50%. Very interesting. Very interesting. Tag-alongs and Samoas all getting plenty of votes. Now I'm hungry.
Well, about time for you to head to the kitchen and make me even more hungry as you eat during our commercial break. If you want to watch David eat and figure out what we talk about during commercial breaks, it's twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, did you see Ovechkin last night?
I saw 3 assists. I didn't see the game, obviously.
His last one, he probably could have scored an empty netter. He had the puck on his own blue line, but he had nothing between him and the empty net. But the guy who had already scored 2 goals, Prosis, had started to, on the other side, go up ahead. So he passed it over to him and he skated in wide open, no one near him, and tapped it in for his first career hat trick. It's going to be close. What's he need? 9 goals? Got what, 18 games left?
9 or 10.
9 to tie, 10 to break it? Is that it? He's at what, 8.85? Or did the empty net get him 8.86?
9 away.
From the record. Or tying.
He has 886.
Okay, so he needs 9 to have the record to himself.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Whit Watson. In 40 minutes' time, we'll talk a little golf. And that includes Tiger having another major injury. I mean, folks, it's over. It's over.
It's been over.
I mean, he hasn't even played well in this video game golf. So it's over, except for the Champions Tour. He could, him and Phil on the Champions Tour.
You know what's amazing? If that were to happen, David, how close would Champion Tour ratings be to PGA ratings?
Well, you and I are old enough to remember this, and this sounds ridiculous now. But in the very early 90s, Jack had his heyday. And Jack, even though he contended a few times in the 90s, in his 50s, but, Jack was not a full-time player on tour anymore. Trevino won the 84 PGA, contended in a few majors after that. But by the early 90s, Trevino was all in on the Champions Tour, and he was crushing it. Arnie was in his early 60s. Jack turned 50. Trevino, and Mark, when it was before Tiger, after Watson and before Tiger, when Greg Norman was the biggest name in golf, there was about a year and a half there in the U.S. in the early 90s in which Champions Tour, then Senior Tour ratings were every bit as good as PGA Tour ratings.
Right. And look, Scotty Scheffler's amazing. I mean, he really is. And what he's done, and I hope he gets back to form, looks like he's close. But Scotty Scheffler is not the most interesting player to watch.
Doesn't move the needle.
Russell Henley, who just won this past weekend, I was happy to see him win. It was a great win. He chipped in on 16 for Eagle. When they showed him, he looked as if his dog had just been shot.
Right.
He has zero personality, zero on the golf course. And most of them are like that. There's, Tiger was great. Don't get me wrong. The greatness was unbelievable. But Tiger showed raw emotion along with his greatness. And that helps. Jack showed emotion.
He did. A little
Not
bit.
a ton.
Right.
But Jack showed emotion. You knew if Jack hit a good shot or a bad shot.
Jack
And-
also handled finishing second and third really well. And yet you knew if you beat him, you beat the guy. And Jack was always really good about it. I mean, what was it, 19 second place finishes in majors? I mean, Jack was, I mean, looked Watson straight in the eyes a few times, shook his hand, after just, as he said, gut-wrenching defeats in a couple of opens. But that's what you did.
So I'm just curious if Tiger were to play the senior tour and Phil is playing the senior tour, because the whole Live PGA merger, or whatever we want to call it, finally completes itself. I'll be interested.
Here's the thing. He obviously doesn't want to. He thinks, he won't say this, but he thinks it's beneath him. He has all but said, there's nothing for me to gain playing Champions Tour golf. But he's not playing golf anymore. And doesn't he still have sponsors he has to appease? I mean, doesn't he have a line of clothing he's trying to sell, which is
Absolutely.
not doing well? I mean, doesn't he have to be visible to some degree, even though he's Tiger Woods?
He doesn't have to be. He can do whatever he wants. We all know he has plenty of money. And even if the Red One clothing line doesn't make it, he'll be just fine. What I think it ultimately boils down to, David, is does he want to compete still? Because the one great thing about the game of golf is no matter how old you are, you're still allowed to compete. And does he still want to compete? And that will be the question. It's not, to me, the clothing line. It's not the sponsors. It's whether or not he wants to compete.
I don't think he wants to compete until Phil comes back and wins. And I think at that moment, he'll be like, blank this. I may be crazy, but that's part of this whole, if they ever figure this out. And by the way, Rory came out last week and was just like, yeah, at this point, I'll be honest. I know a month ago I was very optimistic. He goes, I don't know. Right now, I don't see a deal happening. Justin Thomas said he's exhausted by this, that it's just gone on way too long. Monahan said he's going to get a deal done yesterday. Says he's going to make it happen. Okay.
If not now, when? I mean, everything's lined up with President Trump in office. It's going to make life a lot easier to have this merger, because I don't think they're going to force the PIF group to open their books.
No, not at all.
And that's what the Biden administration would have done. That one change seems to be all they need to get this done.
Well, and here's another thing. There are a lot of LIV contracts that are up at the end of this golf season. If I'm the PGA Tour and I want DeChambeau back, I want Koepka back, even for the Champions Tour's sake, I want Phil back.
Hell yes.
Okay. Well, their contracts are up at the end of this LIV season. If this lingers into the summer, these LIV golfers are going to be like, listen, I'm ready to come back, but are we going to do this deal or not? Otherwise, I got to re-sign with these guys. So are we doing this or not?
But the players this week, that starts tomorrow. Do you like the players, by the way?
No, I will say I like it a lot better in March than May. I thought in May the conditions were too easy.
Way too easy, because the wind lies down. I mean,
Right.
You're still playing golf in the wind on that golf course. I love it. I love the 3 finishing holes.
With the water, on all sides, on the right side of the par 5 16th, on the left side of the par 4 18th, and we all know about the 17th. Don't get me wrong, I always thought the 17th was cool. And I never thought the players, I know the PGA Tour for 50 years has talked about, I never thought the players was anything special and what have you. And I thought when they went to this course, sitting at home in Jersey, watching it 40 years ago, I thought, well, this is unique. This is cool. This is fun. I know what this tournament is just by seeing it.
And the field is second to none.
Right.
Best field that they have on tour. And the players, it means a lot to them.
It does. It does.
Mainly because the paycheck was so big at the end.
Boy, is it ever. It is something that the PGA Tour has nothing to do with any of the four majors. That, when you come to that realization, and so that this is their biggest tournament. It's kind of like when you realize that the NCAA has very little, if anything, to do with college football.
Their shining moment's coming.
Right?
Madness. It's their best event planning of the year. As long as they get the weight rooms right for the women's game as well. Whit Watson coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Seth Everett will join us an hour from now on Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is it just me, or do the Vikings have to shine Joe Flacco? They don't have a backup. They have no other quarterbacks.
No.
I don't think Minshew's good enough Irish football. I need a backup quarterback who can win games. I don't think Minshew's good enough to do that. You'd rather have Minshew than Flacco as your backup in Minnesota? And I love Minshew.
Feeney, where has Jacoby Brissett been good? I mean, every single place that he's been given a chance to play, they can't replace him fast enough. Now, as a backup, I would take him. How about Jameis for the Vikings?
All right, Jameis, Flacco, Minshew. Who would you take?
Well, I love Jameis. So
you take Jameis over Flacco. Really?
he's 40.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Man, we are nothing but a walking poll question today. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you were just with us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, all we can do is fire questions at the other today. We have 2 poll questions. We never have 2 poll questions.
So go vote on them. A little disappointed in the vote. These are good questions, folks.
It's National Girl Scout Cookie Day. So what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
Samoa's making a charge on the Thin Mints.
Okay.
But
that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote.
But if you had to pick one of these 2 to be your quarterback, who would you choose? Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? 70% of you going with Rodgers.
I'm surprised. I've heard nothing but angst about Rodgers for 2 years now. And yet when given a choice, they're going Rodgers. Interesting. But we got into a backup quarterback discussion during the break. And Mark just simply goes, who are the Vikings going to sign as their backup quarterback? They don't have anybody.
And I suggested that they should sign Joe Flacco to be their backup quarterback. McCarthy's going to get the job. We all know that. He's unproven.
And the other choices that came up were Gardner Minshew and Jameis Winston. And so Mark simply asked, right as we were coming out of break, if you had to choose between those 3 for your backup quarterback, who would you choose? And I will say, with the Vikings, like with their weapons and that offense and what have you, for 1 year, I'd probably choose the old man.
Thank you.
It pains me. It pains me.
I know it does. And we love Jameis is a quote machine. But I'm not taking him as my backup on a team that should be pretty damn good.
I mean, first off, I'm a little biased because I love Jameis going back to college. Secondly, saw him last year in person in Denver when he threw for nearly 500 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns against the Broncos, and they weren't giving up any yards to anybody. No, he also threw 3 picks. 2 of them I think went to the house. But, I mean, you know me, Mark. Sometimes I fall victim to somebody just being fun. I know that's really not a good way to pick a backup quarterback when I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. But I go, he's a whole lot of fun. Can we? I'm a big fan of fun. Okay, anybody fun? Keep it light and lively around here. It's a long season. Fun.
Because the Vikings are having a hell of a week.
They are. That's why we have a Vikings guest coming up in our bonus hour. They've let some guys go. They've signed a lot of good players.
And that division, at least leading into this season, is the most fascinating division in the National Football League.
Has it overtaken the AFC North?
Oh, I think by leaps and bounds.
Well, remember, it was only a year ago. A year ago at this time, all 4 teams in that division had finished above 500.
I got you. Just start at the bottom. Who's more interesting heading into this season, Chicago or Cleveland?
Well, just about anybody wins that over Cleveland.
Okay.
I think we're all sick of the whole Deshaun Watson Browns thing. Now, if they move, listen, there's a rumor out there they're going to get their hands on Kirk Cousins here soon. I don't believe it because I don't think the Falcons are going to take the extra $23 million cap hit and get rid of Cousins. But I mean, there are rumors out there that the Browns are not going to let Deshaun Watson ever take another snap for him. And he's not playing this year because he blew out his Achilles. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't buy any of the Cousins stuff for the same reasons you don't. It doesn't make any financial sense for the Atlanta Falcons to cut Kirk Cousins. It just doesn't.
Cost them $23 extra million against the cap, and then they have to go out and find a backup quarterback. Makes absolutely no sense.
So, who's more interesting at this point heading into next year? The Vikings or the Steelers?
Well,
pretty close, I think.
Yeah, actually. I mean, to see what the Steelers do at quarterback here. If they go Rodgers, they become even more interesting.
They do. And then Cincinnati and Green Bay, both equally interesting because the Bengals so far haven't done a damn thing. They're going to spend $60+ million on 2 receivers.
Right.
And we'll see how that works out with no defense.
Packers are obviously the better team. You could argue the Bengals are more interesting, but okay.
And then Detroit and Baltimore. And I would think that's a push.
Boy, Baltimore's loaded.
Yeah, but Detroit's really interesting. 2 brand new coordinators after what they've accomplished the past couple of years. Yep. Now they've got they get Hutch back on defense, but they've got 2 new coordinators. So how things going to work out for Dan Campbell going forward without his brain trust on both sides of the ball?
So the Bills signed, it's Joey Bosa, right? I got the Bosa. Well, I got to admit, I get the Bosas confused all the time. I really do. Joey Bosa is the one who played for the Chargers?
Nick got me confused. Yeah,
Nick,
Joey Bosa.
Yeah, Nick's on the Niners, right. Joey. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to do that. It's a me thing. So the Bills signed Joey Bosa 1 year, $12.6 million. Tampa Bay signed Hassan Reddick 1 year, $15 to $17 million. Who made the better signing? Bosa's been hurt for 3 years. Now, last year he played through injury.
But he wasn't very effective doing so.
No, but he got a lot of points for playing through. He had a back injury too. I mean, so Bosa, and he's 30 this year. He will play this year at 30 years of age. I believe Hassan Reddick's 31 this year. And he had a lost season last year. Held out for more money, got traded from the Eagles to the Jets. Jets thought they had a deal, held out for more money, eventually reports midseason, very unproductive. So you got one guy who hasn't been able to stay healthy for 3 years. When he was healthy, he was one of the 5 best defensive linemen in the league. And you got another guy who had a wasted year last year at a time in a career where you wonder, oh boy, will he ever recover from it?
I would lean Tampa because I'm incredibly worried about the availability of Joey Bosa at this point. If it's one injury, David, you can just, to me, brush that off and say it's a one-time thing. 3 consecutive years with injuries, I just feel as if he may be broken down at this point. And I would be very apprehensive to sign someone when I only think I'm going to get them for half the games.
I believe Bosa, the last 3 years combined, has 14.5 total sacks because of injuries. And in theory, if you're Buffalo, aren't you counting on at least 8? I got Russo on one side, Bosa on the other. Bosa's supposed to replace Von Miller here. I mean, aren't you looking at Bosa going, dude, I need 8. I'd love 10, 12, but I need 8.
David, I'd take 8 and 12 games as long as he was healthy come January.
So Bills, for the most part, just taking care of guys in-house, not bringing in a ton of players from outside the organization. But last night, they get Joey Bosa. Okay.
And who was it? The Dolphins and who else were rumored with Bosa?
Well, it was the Niners were rumored.
That's right. The Niners and the Dolphins were both rumored, and they were offering less than $10 million, and the Bills swooped in at 12 and picked him up.
But I also heard yesterday that somebody refuted the Niners' interest. They were like, yeah, I know the mom commented and this, that, and the other thing, and there was an early thing out there about putting the brothers together, but he hasn't gotten an offer from the Niners at all. I mean, that was kind of out there at lunchtime yesterday. But the Dolphins did have an offer on the table, and they already have 4 quote-unquote pass rushers, do the Dolphins. But they were looking to bring Bosa in and just, can't have enough. I mean, as the Eagles have proven, can't have enough good guys at the line of scrimmage.
No, and the way Miami's had injuries at that position, having backups wouldn't be a bad thing.
By the way, the Eagles have had a fascinating offseason. They've let some good players go, some who were young, and they just said, yeah, we can't afford you. We wish you the best. And then other guys they got rid of who maybe they got rid of 1 year too soon, but better to get rid of you now than 1 year too late. But the Eagles are going younger, Mark. They're moving up that depth. They're going to put guys in starting positions and ask more of some guys. And they got a ton of draft picks. And they're going to fortify the back end of their roster through the draft and some other moves. And also the Eagles, salary cap-wise, Mark, have positioned themselves where they can sign their next wave of good young players.
And a lot of these moves on defense, do you wonder how much of this is Fangio, after being there for 1 year, said, keep this guy. I can do it without this guy. Because they've traded players. They've let players go. They've made a lot of moves, both acquiring and dumping players. And I just wonder how much of that's Vic Fangio saying, no, I can do that with him. I don't need him anymore. And I'm wondering if he's really putting a stamp on that defense after the year that they had last year, getting better all year long on that side of the ball.
Mark, the question, and there will be a few off the tip of our tongue when we do our draft show on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. It's very popular. I'm not joking. It is. It's the only time they watch us all year. I've had people tell me that. But Mark, one of the questions heading into the draft is, which Georgia defensive player are the Eagles going to get in the first round? Can Malachi Starks stay on the board to the Eagles draft at 32? I mean, that's pretty much what it's come down to, right?
Not a bad philosophy.
I mean, I don't think I'm speaking out of school here. It's not like I've been in the Eagles front office here lately and got any inside information. I'm just going off recent precedent. That's all. What Georgia player can they get in rounds 1 through 3?
And
on defense,
Miller and Moulton love that philosophy, because if we were GMs, you would never see us taking small school players.
No. And we know we'd miss out. A lot of quality guys, but no, we have a philosophy. There's like 15 to 20 schools that we would draft from, period, end of sentence. That's it. Sorry. Hey, so-and-so's a good player. Where's he play? Kansas State. Sorry. Hey, Darren Sproles went there. Yeah, I know. We missed on him.
Genty'd go right by us in the draft. We'd be like, Boise State, not interested. Don't know what to tell you.
Just, offensive lineman, where are we taking them from? I'd look Michigan and Notre Dame. Historically, that's where I'd look.
I'd maybe look Wisconsin as well.
Yeah.
They've developed a few guys over the years.
Right. Defense. We could check out Penn State, see what they're bringing to the table this year. Yeah. Georgia, Alabama. Call me crazy. Tell you what, you need a player? Throw some LSU tape on. They seem to have a lot of good guys. Sure, we could find somebody. Be a little different draft. Miller and Moulton did it. That's for sure.
I'm sorry, and you are again? I'm your small college scout, and we hired you. Why?
Wait, is this why? Who are you related to? Why are you here? All right, can you go get us snacks? It's a long 3-day process here. Come on now, make yourself useful. And no, wait a minute. Hold on. You got your 7th round guys ready? Okay, you get the 7th round.
Couple of poll questions to choose from today. If you had to pick one of these to be your quarterback, who would you choose? Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? Aaron Rodgers has been winning with at least 2/3 of the vote throughout the show, and today is National Girl Scout Day. So what is your favorite Girl Scout cookie? We give you Thin Mint, Samoas, and Tagalongs to choose from. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
Very quickly, because we got Whit Watson coming up on the other side. There are 4, I think, potential bubble impact games today in college hoops. Oklahoma, Georgia tonight. If Oklahoma wins, I think they're definitely in. South Carolina, Arkansas. If Arkansas were to lose again to the worst team in the SEC, could they possibly be out? Texas, Vandy. Texas has to win. To have a chance, they have to win. And Iowa, Ohio State. That's a must win for the Buckeyes. Must win. We'll talk more madness later on. Whit Watson on the other side, Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, No hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Not well, Larry.
I think Cooper Kupp ends up in Jacksonville, Larry. I think he ends up in Jacksonville.
Whit is on. Blinko sent me a text yesterday from a restaurant in Raleigh, barbecue place. Miko puts ketchup on barbecue.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home, the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett. Later on this hour, we'll talk Vikings, who have been very busy 1 hour from now, but still don't have a backup quarterback. But right now, we're thrilled to welcome back Whit Watson. He's the guy with about 7 W-2s, Golf Channel, NBC, PGA Tour Live on ESPN+. He's got his Saturday golf show that's on now, not just in Orlando, but in Jacksonville. Follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Real Whit Watson. Whit, David, and Mark, good morning. Congratulations, by the way, on year 2 of the golf show. How are you?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we passed that milestone the week of the Mexico Open at Vedanta, and I didn't realize it. I had not been keeping track, and I looked back at my notes. Somebody on LinkedIn reached out and said, "Congratulations on your work anniversary," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I had to go back and figure out the dates. But yeah, we did pass a year, and very happy to be on, as you said, Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. in both Orlando and Jacksonville.
All right. What event of yesterday do you think is the biggest event? The talk of the slow play, the PGA Live comments from Monahan, or Tiger announcing he's going to be done probably for around at least 6 months, if not longer, because of the Achilles?
Yeah, the Tiger Woods news, I think, caught us by surprise, not just because it was another injury, another surgery in a part of his body, the lower body, that's been an issue for him for years, but because he's been playing. I mean, he's been playing TGL, which obviously doesn't mean walking, but he's still out there hitting golf shots. And he played the Seminole Pro member on Monday and then announced this surgery on Tuesday. So was he playing on a ruptured Achilles on Monday when he paired up with Seth Waugh, the former CEO of the PGA of America? They went out and played at Seminole in that very prestigious one-day tournament. And he apparently looked good. Brad Faxon spoke to TSN in Canada. His caddy at the Seminole Pro member in the morning caddied for Woods in the afternoon. And Faxon went to go talk to him and said, "How does Tiger look?" And the caddy said, "Looks great." He was matching Keegan Bradley shot for shot off the tee, walking without a limp. It was all encouraging. And then boom, 24 hours later, we're told he's out for the season and maybe longer. So that was the biggest surprise. I think, Tiger doesn't really reveal very much, so we don't know the timing of the injury, but because he's been playing for him a decent amount of golf, I think that was the biggest surprise from yesterday.
Listen, before we get to the players, going forward, we are of the belief on this show that he was never going to play the Champions Tour. Maybe he'd show up at a U.S. Senior Open one day, once or twice, but that's it. But now, because of all the injuries, the inactivity, and if Phil ever got reinstated, Whit, he'd come back, play Champions Golf, and he'd win at least once. We actually think now there's a chance Tiger will play 2 to 4 Champions Tour tournaments a year. Do you go along with our line of thinking?
Oh, I think it's more than that. I think he's had his eyes on the Champions Tour for a while now. He's got 54 holes as opposed to 72. He can apply for a cart, which, of course, they'll give him whatever he wants to show up on the Champions Tour. And all of his buddies are out there. Stricker's out there winning. Ernie Els is out there winning. A lot of guys that he was friends with are broadcasters on that tour. John Cook is out there every week. These are his boys. And I think he misses that camaraderie. And I think he, still has a taste for competition, obviously. Yeah, absolutely. I can see him playing senior majors and possibly taking off 2 or 3 other events on the Champions Tour in places that he likes, maybe golf courses where he feels like he can have some success. And the lack of wear and tear on his body on that tour, I think, is going to compel him to play more than just 4 times a year. I think it's an absolute lock we're going to see him out there next year. He turns 50 December 30th.
30th.
30th is his birthday. So Yeah, I'd expect it. And I've been expecting it for a while just because, you know, when he was at his peak, I think people said, nah, he'll play till he's in his 40s and then go do something else. But because he's had so much time robbed from him over the last 6, 7, maybe call it even 10 years, I think he wants a place to play. And I don't think TGL is going to satisfy the competitive urge. I think that the Champions Tour is going to be it.
So with the TGL started, I watched the first match. I came back on the air. I described it as Top Golf meets Pop Stroke. It did nothing for me. And I thought the announcing was bad. I thought the presentation of the first one was poor. And I didn't know if I'd watch again. And I'll be damned, but I keep watching. And it's gotten a little better every time. You know, they've averaged 500,000 people. And what really intrigued me is David, my co-host, had a day off, and we brought back a former producer to sit in with me. He's a 25-year-old that watches the Masters. It's the only golf tournament he watches. He says, you know, I'm watching a little of that TGL. My 25-year-old son says, I kind of like this TGL. Do you think it's been a success? Because it's turned me around from the first match to now where I'm intrigued by it, and I think it's worked. Do you?
It's working for what it was supposed to do, which is to be additive to the PGA Tour, not compete with the PGA Tour, give some prime time, give golf a prime time window during a time of the year when there's not a lot of golf to be seen. You're competing really with college basketball. And I was on the air with Mark Daniels, the voice of UCF here in Orlando, and I asked him, you know, if you're not a UCF fan or a college basketball fan, would you rather watch Tiger and Rory tee it up on a Monday night or watch UCF play Baylor? I think it's a competitive television product in that regard. And I've asked several people this question, and I think TGL is still trying to figure out the answer. Is it a TV show or is it a sports league? And at some point, the sports league aspect, I think, needs to be refined. The integrity of the competition and what's at stake. You know, they've had issues with the simulator and some of the technology that's used to measure the golf shots, which they poured money into, by the way. The building itself was a $50 million build out. And so there's a lot of money riding on this, and the integrity of the competition is the one question that kind of hangs. As a television product, it's pretty entertaining. It's snappy. It moves along. There's a lot of talking, which I don't really love as a golf announcer, but this is what it was built to be. It's a bunch of PGA Tour players that are recognizable, that are chopping it up with their buddies on a Monday or a Tuesday night. And in that sense, it's been a huge success. I think you're going to see probably some more players from the tour at least angle towards getting spots on some of those rosters. They're talking about expanding the teams. They're talking about adding 2 or 3 teams, you know, as they go along for a first-year product. And given the fact they had an extra year to get ready because of the weather that knocked down the original building down in South Florida, I think you're going to see more refinements for next year. So yes, long answer. Year one was a success based on what it was expected and designed to do.
Whit Watson, Golf Channel, NBC, ESPN with PGA Tour Live, and host of Making the Cut in Orlando and Jacksonville, Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. You can follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Real Whit Watson. Well, isn't it time for Scotty Scheffler to do something? I know he got hurt, but this is money time for Scotty. Late February, March, April. Those are his best weeks of the year. Isn't it? Don't we need a Scheffler sighting this week?
Yeah, I think it's about time. Don't forget, he won the Players last year while he was getting treatment on his neck for 3 of the 4 days, and he still managed to win on one of the hardest golf courses on tour. And he's looked pretty sharp for him. I mean, you know, he sets the bar so high that if he's not winning every week or contending, people are asking what's wrong with Scotty Scheffler. And this week, I watched his press conference yesterday up in Ponte Vedra, and he seemed a little short. He seemed a little, not frustrated is the wrong word, but he's a little edgy. And edgy Scotty is good Scotty. Edgy Scotty is a Scotty that can win this week against a field of 144 players that includes 48 of the top 50 in the world. So, yes, I expect him to be in contention, even with this stacked field this week.
I don't know if you've looked, but the one thing we were talking about earlier, when this was in May, you know, in Florida, the weather lays down in May and March. It should blow. Are we going to have some wind this week that will challenge these guys, particularly when they're coming down the stretch in this tournament.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the weather forecast. I can tell you in Central Florida, I'm only 2 hours away, and I'm heading up there today. And we've had unseasonably cold days over the last 4 or 5 days, including quite a bit of wind. And if that picks up in Ponte Vedra, that golf course is hard enough. And when it's blowing, it could be last man standing kind of thing. You're not going to see. I mean, Scheffler, he's won it 2 of the last 3 years. His scores were 15 under and 5 under. So he can win when it's laying down, and he can win when he has to battle the elements. It doesn't really matter. Yes, that probably takes out a good portion of the field. If the conditions are poor, I think it increases the chances for guys like Scheffler and for a guy like Rory McIlroy, who just have the power and the precision to play through that. But always the weather is always a factor when you play in Florida during the Florida swing, as you guys well know. But this is a different kind of concern. It's not, is it going to be really hot and rainy? Is it going to be cold and windy, which is definitely a possibility this week.
Not going to be cold. Going to be mid to upper 70s, low 80s for the 4 days, for what it's worth. Warmest day will be Saturday. Something to keep in mind, they're calling for late day storms on Sunday. I'm wondering if they're going to have to move up tee times on Sunday to get the round in. So we could have some wind right before the late day storms on Sunday. Okay. Keep that in mind. That's your, friendly weather update here from Miller and Moulton.
Weather on the ones here in the
Yes,
north.
Absolutely.
We've got
traffic is next.
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds. Who are you picking to win the Players this week?
I took Scheffler. I just think it's about his time. The only person ever to win this event 3 times was Jack Nicklaus, but he never won it at the TPC Sawgrass Stadium course. That was after his time. But if anybody can do it, if anybody can rewrite history, it's Scotty Scheffler. So that was my guy this week.
Whit Watson making the cut Saturday mornings in Orlando and Jacksonville at 9 a.m. And you can see and hear him talk about golf on NBC Golf Channel and ESPN Plus with PGA Tour Live. Whit, as always, appreciate your time, your insight, and your work from afar, and have a good Players Championship.
Cheers. You too. Thanks, guys.
Whit Watson, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Whit joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Thanks for listening.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, but ambient, this is an interesting week because how much interest is there in the big conference tournaments? Like I was much more interested in Delaware, UNC, Wilmington than I will be for the Big Ten final.
Sorry, I didn't have your mic on if you were
Oh,
talking.
that's right. So they couldn't hear me?
No, they can hear you in the Twitch
Okay.
chat. I just can't hear you.
Okay.
They can always hear you in Twitch chat, David. I sometimes turn your microphone off for me when you're watching videos.
I don't blame you. But I think this is a good week for the players because, I don't know how much interest there is in these major conference tournaments.
I don't put it this way. I want Michigan State to lose as quickly in the Big Ten tournament as possible. They've won a bunch of games in a row. They've won 16 of 17 here. So I don't know what the number is, but lose.
Yeah, my theory. I want my team to lose in the semis. Okay. And get the extra day off. And, I want them to taste what losing, and this way the coach gets to look at them and go, the next loss, we're done, right?
I got to give former Everblade Ernie Hartlieb credit. His kids are playing hockey, and he posts pictures all the time. And he posted pictures of his kids who finished second in a tournament. Because I want to remind them. I'm like, that's quality stuff right there.
Good for Ernie.
All right. Can we talk some Washington Capitals here, the NHL, and the screw job they're doing to Joe, is it Beninati? The Caps announcer.
Oh, wow.
Am I saying that right? Joe Beninati, is that how you say his? Been doing it forever. Beninati. Used to be on Versus and.
Yeah, it looks like Beninati.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett will make his weekly visit coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. We'll talk plenty of Vikings with Matt Anderson at the top of the bonus hour. A very interesting team during the first 48-plus hours of NFL free agency. Although, Mark, I don't know how they've made the moves that they've made because free agency doesn't begin for another 7.5 hours.
That legal tampering period is something, David.
What an oxymoron that is. Look at the definition of tampering and then tell me how there can be anything legal about it.
I want to talk hockey for a second.
Okay.
There's a story that I found that I'm not surprised by. I understand why they're doing it, but it seems like there was a simple solution to this, and the NHL is screwing up. Alex Ovechkin very well may break Wayne Gretzky's record by the end of the year. He's 9 goals away.
They got 18 games left. Can he, can he do it? He's on that pace, a little better. It'll be close.
It will be really close. And I'm rooting for him. I love Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky to me is the best hockey player that's ever played. If Ovechkin breaks his record, that does not change my mind. But I like to see history. And Ovechkin has played his entire pro career with the Capitals.
Yep.
Joe Beninati has been the announcer for the Capitals for his entire career. He got the job in 1994. He has been calling Capitals games since that time. The NHL has made 4 of the 18 games, all towards the end, national telecasts. I get it. You want the world to see this. You have to do that. But they're not letting the local announcers do the game in that market because they're national games. So what they've done is they're going to basically let them announce them to nobody so that if Ovechkin breaks the record, they'll have a fake call essentially a non-aired call for social media for their sake at Washington. I hate this. He's done national games. He's a national announcer. He's done stuff on ESPN. He's done stuff on Versus, if you remember that. He still does stuff on ESPNU and the Big Ten Network because he covers men's and women's lacrosse. This is a professional announcer. It's not like having Mark Miller, who's doing the Florida Everblades, do a national telecast and embarrass somebody. He wouldn't. Let the guy do the games nationally. Let everybody hear the Caps announcer since 1994 call the second most historic call in that franchise's history, because they did raise the cup. That's number one. This will be number two. I hate this when this happens. This goes back to when they wouldn't, when they had the national radio broadcasts of baseball and don't let the home announcers call the games. It drives me nuts.
Now, they changed that, I believe, and I don't know if it was late 90s or early 2000s, because Harry Callis got to call the Phillies winning the World Series in 2008, thankfully, because he passed away not too long thereafter. But he didn't get a chance to call the Phillies winning the World Series in 1980. And it bothered a lot of people in Philadelphia. I'm with you. Come on, NHL. You've almost gotten this perfect. You're embracing the Ovechkin story, which is good. I know it seems obvious, but you did not let the Russians play in the Four Nations. So, just got to make sure that you were going to be all in on this. So that's good. But come on, you can go one step further. And I'll say this, Mark. The pros, Kenny Albert's the number one for Turner. Sean McDermott is the number one for ESPN. I'll bet you if you went to them and said, hey, would you, and you wouldn't even have to finish the sentence. I'll bet both Kenny Albert and Sean McDonough would say, oh, absolutely, Beninati should have the call.
I think so.
Yeah, they're pros. Absolutely, I think they'd let them have the call. And by the way, you could explain if you needed to, if you're Turner or ESPN. Joe Beninati's doing the game, 30-plus years, the voice of the Caps. We're airing this game because of Ovechkin. Might as well have Beninati here doing it. Now enjoy Beninati and our Caps game.
So it's a small thing, and I know most of you probably don't care, and these are two, radio play-by-play guys.
Right.
Speaking out for, in this case, a television play-by-play guy, but he deserves to have that call and not have it on tape so they can piece it together on social media down the road. Drives me nuts.
I'm a little more into this record than I usually get into most records, because I saw a stat like a month ago and I went, I'll be damned. Mark, a lot of times, whether it's home runs, strikeouts, touchdowns, whatever it is, usually the person that has the record or is breaking the record, the stats are not similar in terms of how long their careers were, the number of games pitched, etc. Mark, through yesterday, Wayne Gretzky played 1,487 games. So far, whether through injury, lockout, whatever, Alex Ovechkin is 8 goals behind Gretzky, and he's played 12 less games than Gretzky. People made a big deal when Aaron was chasing Ruth, and then, Bonds. This is amazing. I mean, you're going to become the greatest goal scorer of all time, and you're literally doing it in the exact same amount of time.
And the empty net goals are really close. People have been harping all over Ovechkin for the empty net goals. They're really close. I mean, the stats are ridiculously similar.
I think Gretzky actually has a few more empty netters. I thought Gretzky had like 3 or 4 more empty netters than Ovechkin. So, they've scored their goals the same way. Now, what's amazing is that if Gretzky never scored a goal, he'd still be the all-time leading points totaler in NHL history. I mean, that's how ridiculous Gretzky is. He had over 2,000 assists.
Ovechkin has the most empty net goals with 65. Wayne has 56.
Okay, so a few more.
To put it in perspective of what David's saying, Ovechkin with 886 goals, 714 assists. Had 3 last night, by the way. Wayne, 894 goals, 1,963 assists.
He'd be the all-time leading scorer if he never scored a goal. That's why his number is retired league-wide and why he's called the Great One.
But Ovechkin last night, as David pointed out, had a opportunity for another empty netter. He passed it up.
Because he had a teammate who had scored twice and had never had a hat trick. And so he set it up for him to skate in all alone and get the hat trick. In Washington's 7-4 win over Anaheim, Ovechkin 4 assists. By the way, my math can be a little off, but does that mean Ovechkin's now at exactly 1,600 points? 886 and 714?
That is correct, sir.
Look at that.
That is correct.
I think he reaches 1,000, by the way. I think he plays 3 more years.
Well, you're on to something because he has 117 more power play goals than Gretzky did. Gretzky had 204 power play goals. Mario Lemieux had 236. Ovechkin is 321. He can sit on that half wall and sink one-timers till the end of time.
I mean, he could get 50 more in the next 3 years just on the power play.
Yes.
But, all right. So a little hockey talk for you there as we head down the home stretch. And our resident hockey fan, Seth Everett, joining us next. And he should be somewhat happy the Devils won last night. So there. So we'll get Seth. We'll get good mood, Seth. At least we think so. Coming up. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Seth.
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing well. Doing well. started off the show today with talking about my daughter because she did poorly for the first time this year on a quiz. And my wife called me middle of the day because we get all of her grades instantly on her phone.
Yeah. Power school. Yep.
And so my wife's just livid. We're no gymnastics, no softball. We're taking the phone away.
Oh, that for one time?
So I took the phone away. I agreed with that. Obviously, I talked her off the ledge. So I have to scold her after school. Then I take her to gymnastics, and then my wife and I go pick her up. My daughter's petrified because I told my daughter how mad my wife was. My wife gets in the car. Just give me a hug. I'm like, what the hell happened to me here? I'm the bad guy. I had to do all the disciplining.
I got Facebook memories. You know how that comes up?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, this is the Rudy Gobert week.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And
yesterday was Rudy Gobert Day.
All right. This is one of my all-time greatest. And I saw it, and I don't know. I didn't give it credit because it's too funny. Breaking news. The World Health Organization has announced that dogs cannot contract COVID-19. Dogs previously held in quarantine can now be released. To be clear, who let the dogs out? That is tremendous. That was a tremendous joke then, and 5 years later, it's not expired. That joke works.
Darren Heitner just put out a post. Utah legislature passed a bill allowing universities to pay athletes directly for NIL, regardless of the House versus NCAA settlement outcome.
Oh, boy.
The law would explicitly state that athletes aren't employees. Schools could potentially pay athletes starting May 7. Interesting.
I will say, much like healthcare, all right, that there are certain things with the way we do healthcare, as opposed to the way they do it elsewhere. With the way we do healthcare, is healthcare fixable, if you know what I mean? With the way we do college athletics, and with the way that the one side, the certain things that they are dug into the sand about, that they will never allow, is the way we do it now. Can we ever corral it again? If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I think the only way to corral it is to make them employees. And this is kind of like, to people in college athletics, it's like Major League Baseball players agreeing to a salary cap. They'll never do it. People in college athletics, literally, they'd rather end college sports than make them employees.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I was at an event last night in New York City for the World Cup, and a couple of guys were talking about St. John's. Is that a thing? Is this a?
If you missed the college basketball season,
No. I mean, they're good. They're good.
I mean, they're
good, but
they're a 2 seed. You know,
Oh,
I mean, you're
okay.
not going to play in the tournament. They're a 2 seed.
Okay, but Patino was on Fallon last week. Okay, Patino, I think, was profiled on 60 Minutes recently. Okay, I mean, it's
Hurley was profiled on 60 Minutes.
Well, no, he was, but I thought Patino.
Oh, John Wertheim did it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Also, come on, Seth. It's a New York.
No.
thing.
They were all in, and I was just joining the conversation. I didn't say a word. I just was like, huh, that's a water cooler conversation.
Right.
That was news to me.
First conference title in 40 years.
Mazel.
First.
I used to work there.
You worked for the Johnnies?
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And our buddy Seth Everett. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Joining us once again, the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for for all your coating needs. Top of the morning to you, buddy. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I heard your Ovechkin conversation, and I hear your arguments. But I think one thing that's different comparing Ovechkin to like the Maguire-Sosa chase in '98, because of social media and because like the clip will be on YouTube and everything as well as it is, I'm not tuning into a Caps game to watch him break that record.
Really?
I'm not, and I'm very respectful of the record, and I don't have a thing against Ovechkin. I hate Tom Wilson. I don't mind. I don't mind Ovechkin.
Who's a teammate of Ovechkin? For those,
and I concur, Seth. So go on.
My point is that on a typical Tuesday night, and I'm not talking about when one of my teams is playing. If the Caps are playing, maybe I would put it on. But the reality of it is if he scores that game-winning goal, I'm going to retweet it. I'm going to see it on Instagram. That's where I'll see it. We've changed.
So you don't.
I knew they were playing at all times.
So highlights are more important to you than watching a game live.
It's not a question of the highlights. I'm saying I'm not changing my routine to watch this guy maybe score. And oh, by the way, I don't think he scores it this year. Just for the record. My cousins are Caps fans. They think that the pacing of such, and as these games get bigger and bigger and bigger, this record is going to be in October, November of next year.
I think you're probably right, but I think it's going to come close. And all I am saying is that I believe if the NHL rightly show putting these games on national, put Ovechkin on, he's breaking a record.
I understand the dilemma, and I get it.
I think more hockey fans would be on the side of watching it live than social media, but I could be wrong. I just think that Beninati deserves the chance to do the national broadcast as opposed to sitting in a room doing a fake broadcast.
That's weird. Yeah, it's weird that he's going to sit in a room, do it to nobody, and they're going to use that for social media. That's
hate
weird.
that.
Last night, Florida State lost in the ACC tournament. I was watching the game because it was against Syracuse. And Leonard Hamilton's career came to an end.
Correct.
And the post-game interview on a Syracuse victory was with Leonard Hamilton.
Right.
And the announcer, I think it was Mike Monaco, but I don't quote me on that, all of a sudden apologized to the Syracuse fans. He's like, I know that traditionally we interview the coach of the winning team, but, and this is extenuating. No kidding, it's extenuating circumstance. A college basketball's amazing career comes to an end. A coach comes to an end. You interview that guy. I don't need to hear Adrian Autry talk about the 2-3 zone.
Okay. Pretty fired up.
It's the same logic of what are you apologizing for? What's the outrage? Are you worried about people going, hey, why didn't you interview an orange guy? Come on. Do the right thing.
And that's good to hear coming from a Syracuse guy, because you're really only aware of college sports through your alma mater. So
really all I will care about.
Right.
March Madness ends tonight.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, all the justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Hey, what was that soccer story you were telling me about earlier?
Right where I was going. So I know you're an Arsenal fan. So I'm guessing you probably hate Man U. Man U's struggled. They play in Old Trafford. It's built 1919. They've been playing there for over 100 years.
Yep. So they're playing in Wrigley,
Fenway,
right?
Lambeau.
Okay. Well, it's old Yankee Stadium with the falling ceiling tiles. It's like falling apart.
Yeah, but it clearly states in everything I've read that they could refurbish it, but they think they're falling behind the times.
100%.
So they're going to build a 100,000 seat stadium. If the Red Sox, Cubs, or Green Bay Packers did that, how much outrage would there be here? And I don't know if you're aware, because you follow the Premier League a hell of a lot closer than we do. Is the outrage similar over there because of this? And they just put the renderings up yesterday.
Yeah, it is. The people are just like rebuild this classic stadium. I remember that when I read that article, it reminded me of the old Yankee Stadium, which was literally falling apart. And there was talk about renovating it again. And they could have renovated it one more time. Remember the Yankee Stadium was renovated in the 70s. They could have done it again. and they made this conscious choice to close that place down. And there were people who were brokenhearted. Like, there were a lot of people. So to me, it's the analogy of that. It's you could renovate again. For Old Trafford, I believe it's only been renovated twice in 100-something years. I don't know. That's my bucket list. I want to see all these stadiums. I want to see it to believe it. I want to know. I want to walk into a stadium and say, man, this place feels like Fenway on a bad day. Fenway, by the way, why are there exposed wires and cracked pavement? You're a $1 billion industry. Hire a contractor.
Well, there were real discussions, public discussions 30 years ago in New England about moving on from Fenway Park. Before the current ownership bought it in the early 2000s, and they bought all the area around it, and they decided not to, and then the team obviously reached heights they hadn't reached since the early days of the ballpark. But it was really discussed in New England, and I don't remember, and granted, I wasn't living and working in New England at the time, but I don't remember there being the outrage of moving on from Fenway that I think if John Henry tried to do it today, 30 years later, I think people would lose their minds.
Yeah, you're right. Isn't this Soldier Field? Isn't this the same thing? They're talking about renovating Soldier Field, but they wanted to build a new stadium, and then they changed their mind.
The Bears played at Wrigley in the mid-'60s. I mean, I don't know that Soldier Field is.
That's not an analogy.
I don't know. Well, I don't think it's Fenway. I don't think it's Wrigley. I don't.
Well, and I look at it, if you compare the pros to the college, because the money's getting to be the same.
Sure.
You know, you think of what they just did, you know, not that they needed a new renovation in Happy Valley, so they redid the stadium. They don't make, college, they don't redo Michigan Stadium. They make it better for now. The same with the shoe. All of these SEC stadiums that have blown up in capacity over the years, they're not knocking them down to build new ones.
Although there is a real discussion in Gainesville with the Swamp, because apparently there are certain people who think structurally they may have some issues, and to repair it on its current grounds could be $500 million. And once you start getting that high in the deal, when do you start talking about how about we just go new?
Just build a new one. Yeah. And, these new ones are nice, although, new Yankee Stadium is kind of soulless. It's very,
I mean, Comerica to me is soulless compared to Old Tiger Stadium. They doesn't have the same vibe.
Well, and MetLife Stadium, they don't love, I was at an event yesterday. The World Cup final is going to be at MetLife Stadium, and there's nothing special about it. It's just kind of there.
It is weird too. Much like Yankee Stadium, which was built like across a parking lot, caddy corner. They did the same thing with, quote, Giant Stadium, MetLife Stadium, and it has a completely different feel. And it literally is only on a different section of the parking lot.
It's very weird. I've been there, and I've seen all kinds of weird events. I saw a Super Bowl there.
Yep.
I've seen lacrosse. I've seen Syracuse football there. I saw a hockey game there last year. I've seen so many things there, and it's just the same vibe. The place just feels antiseptic. There's nothing to it.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett.
All right, Seth, what is it that's bothering you sports-wise? Is there anything that's on your mind that's got you a little PO'd? I like angry Seth. I don't know if we have angry Seth today. Your Devils won. So what's burning in your mind right now?
Well, I went to an event yesterday with the Argentinian consulate, the host committee for the World Cup 2026 that's coming to America. And Argentina held an event. I was invited. It was a wild event at the Paley Center in New York City, in Manhattan. And I saw a stat that just blows my mind. It just does. And this was given to me by one of the head people at FIFA. FIFA was there. I met somebody from FIFA. The World Cup final in Qatar 2 years ago.
I can't believe he let that joke go.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Did you try to bribe him?
Yeah. Yes.
Or did he try to bribe you?
It's pretty good. It was a
Boom,
she,
boom.
and
Okay.
believe me,
Okay.
I would love to have like a Wonder Woman magic lasso situation here.
So you were really hoping she would bribe you, is what you were saying.
I
But
was like, you want to sit, go into the other room? I'd like to pick your brain. But they said that the final, the World Cup final in 2022, had global ratings that were as much as 13 Super Bowls combined.
So they're talking about
blew me away.
So they're talking about almost 1.5 billion people,
right?
Worldwide.
Wow. So my goal is the World Cup final in 2026 is at MetLife Stadium, and I just want to be in the building.
Good luck.
That's right. Good.
Yesterday was your start. Yesterday was your start for credentials, wasn't
it? That's 100%.
That's why
exactly why I was there.
A free meal or a media pass? Seth is on the game.
No, it wasn't a free meal, but it was a media pass. It was a cool event. It was probably like 600 people there at the Paley Center. It was pretty wild.
Two of the major venues, because FIFA demands that you play on grass.
Yes.
And so, MetLife Stadium is turf.
Yeah.
Cowboy Stadium is turf. My understanding is Jera, all those suites that are ground level also have to be taken out. What's he got? A semifinal? He's got like early round action in a semifinal. Okay. And Jera has to take out all those suites for a year plus to also because the area need the area just to play on and to have some room on the sides. So he's going to lose all those suites and is going to have to tear them all down. And then they got to replace the surface. And then I'm guessing, it'll be interesting to me. Will both the Giants, Jets, and Cowboys, as soon as the World Cup's over, put turf down for the football season, or will they actually play the 2026 season on grass?
It's a good question. It's a good question. They also made a claim, and I'll just throw this out at you guys. They also claimed that the World Cup is bigger than the Olympics. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of do too.
Absolutely.
Now, let me narrow the question. Is it bigger in this country?
I think it's getting close.
It's getting there.
I think it's getting close. And I think by the time that we have this next World Cup, it will have surpassed the Olympics.
You think next year's World Cup semis and final ratings will be better? Because we'll have a Winter Olympics next year in February. And I know when we're going to put the best ratings up, we go Summer Olympics. I don't think the World Cup's going to outdraw the next Summer Olympics, because the next Summer Olympics are going to be in LA.
Yeah. So you're comparing the 28 Olympics to the 26 World Cup.
Yeah. The 28 Olympics are going to kick the World Cup's butt. And LA Olympics, we're going to win a lot.
That'll be interesting to see. You guys will still be doing the show, right?
Yes.
That's the plan, Seth.
Yes. I have told Mark that I will get his daughter to college. I have not promised him graduating college. I have promised him she's finishing up 5th grade, right?
That's right.
Yep.
So, Seth, I have 7 more years on my contract. Okay. Hey, you think I'm kidding? Mark,
No, we've talked about this. We've had David told me. I mean, in college, this long before I said here is, I'll get your daughter to college.
Right. I'll get her to college, and I can't promise a day after that.
Yeah, my rule here is I have to live here for the next 5 years. But when my littlest one goes to college, I'm a free man.
You've got a minute, Seth. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. What do you got?
Women's History Month. Jessica Robertson is on Sports with Friends. She is one of the creators of the Players Tribune with Derek Jeter. She now works for a company called Together with Chloe Kim, Alex Morgan, Sue Bird, and they just came out with a new book on the history of. It's like profiles of these great women athletes in history. It was really, really interesting. We had a great conversation about ratings and Caitlin Clark and the impact and where does it go from here, and how do you measure success? It's a really interesting one. Hall of Justice, by the way, didn't come out last week. There was a technical snafu. This week we're talking about Craven the Hunter with the story editor Adam Rose.
Okay. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Matt Anderson talks Vikings next on the American Paint Supplies Hotline.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I'm watching. I when I was on my TikTok hole, the Jon Stewart came up from the Daily Show, and he showed Trudeau, kind of getting mad at America, and I'd not seen the speech. And he goes, we'll quit buying American things like bourbon, and he had nothing else. And it's like, and Stewart's like, did he just not remember anything? We just make bourbon here. It was Everything's going right to voicemail.
Okay.
I sent him a text. Oh, hang on. Miller and Moulton.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, just like that, as we get over the hump on this hump day. Not one, but two poll questions at that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's Girl Scout Day. Which cookie do you like best? We give you three choices, the three favorites, and, vote. And obviously Thin Mints is the right answer. And then, well, if you had to choose between one of these two veteran quarterbacks, you had to choose. This is it. All right. Rodgers or Russell Wilson, who would you choose? So we got a non-sports and a sports poll question for you to vote. Joining us now on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, Matt Anderson. He covers the Vikings for a living. You can follow Matt on X, @Anderson_8, @Anderson_8. Matt, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me.
It is our pleasure. All right. Did Vikings Nation, did Skull Nation want the Vikings to at least tag Darnold and keep him around, or do they support the J.J. McCarthy era starting now?
I think it's a kind of a mixed bag. I think when you see what Sam Darnold did last season for the Vikings, it's hard to let somebody like that walk out the door. But there's so much hope and optimism for J.J. McCarthy here in Minnesota that I think if fans could have tagged and traded him and got, some draft capital, because we don't have a lot of draft capital heading into this draft. fans would have done that for sure. But I don't think there are many fans that truly wanted him back as the quarterback.
I know it's not the sexiest question, but the one thing that I've been struggling with now Daniel Jones being gone as well, is J.J. McCarthy's a rookie. They've got to get a veteran backup, in my opinion. I think Joe Flacco would be perfect. What are the Vikings going to do for a backup quarterback?
That's a great question. We've heard the rumors floating about Aaron Rodgers coming and completing the cycle that Brett Favre once did. But I don't know how many fans are too excited about that, especially because if you bring Rodgers in, I think he's the presumed starter. So, but that's a good question. I mean, there's not a lot of options out there right now for veteran backup quarterbacks. I've heard Gardner Minshew's name thrown out there, especially because he wouldn't necessarily factor into the comp pick formula for letting Sam Darnold go. Jimmy Garoppolo before he signed was maybe an option, but yeah, it's slim pickings out there. But Joe Flacco's a name I didn't think of. And I know that Kevin O'Connell has a lot of respect for him. So that might be a little dark horse one that you gave us here.
The moves the Vikings have made in these last 48 hours. Now, they re-signed Murphy, which I thought they had to do. I like them re-signing Aaron Jones. I do. But they went and they got some line of scrimmage people on both sides of the ball. Was this a surprise?
No, not at all. I mean, when we walked into the press conferences at the end of the season with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah and Kevin O'Connell, they were pretty transparent about the fact that if you want to win in January and February, you need lines that can help you disrupt the game and control the clock. And they went out and they got, Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, Will Fries, Ryan Kelly. Like, they finally invested into the trenches, which has been long overdue. I mean, we've been waiting for them to do something like this, even back to Rick Spielman era. Just invest in the trenches, because you can see the blueprint across the NFL, especially the Eagles this year, right? Put some money and some draft capital behind those O-line and D-line guys, and you'll see the reward.
It is fascinating when you look at the division on the whole, how good it is, but how good it could be at the line of scrimmage. We already know the Lions have a terrific offensive line. We've seen the Bears now invest heavily this offseason in their offensive line. The Vikings have invested in their offensive line. This is truly going to be the black and blue division that it once was, albeit with some great skill guys along with it. I mean, this division, I think, is the most interesting and the best in football right now.
Yeah, I feel like last year was a little bit of an outlier because, like, the Packers didn't do too well in the NFC North, and obviously the Bears didn't either. It was really run by the Vikings and the Lions. But, yeah, this season I predict that it's going to be quite the bloodbath. I mean, I don't know how many games that you're going to go into confident that you're going to beat your NFC North opponent, because you're going to have to fight for each one of those, especially on the road.
Matt Anderson, all right, the Vikings Happy Hour podcast. Follow him on X, Matt Anderson _8, Matt Anderson _8. What was the takeaway from last year's magic carpet ride season that ended so badly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when the season started, I think Vegas had us at 6.5 wins. So clearly we far exceeded those expectations. But I think what we realized as the season progressed is that, Brian Flores is the real deal on defense. And Kevin O'Connell is a mastermind on offense. And so as long as those two are in town, I think the sky is the limit for what we can do heading into this season. And so now you look at the guys that we brought back, the guys we have signed, and who knows what other moves they'll make. But with those two at the helm, there's a lot of optimism here in Minnesota that if J.J. McCarthy can just be serviceable, I don't even think he has to be great, just serviceable, like this team can go deep into the playoffs.
What other free agent moves do you anticipate them making? Because you mentioned earlier the draft is, well, there's not a lot of picks. They've got a first-round pick, they've got a third-round compensatory pick, and they've got 2 in the 5th. So unless some moves are made draft day, which I would not be surprised at to get more picks, what will the Vikings do with the remaining free agents that are out there, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, well, you called out the one. We obviously have to go find a veteran quarterback, whoever that may be. But you're going to want to do that sooner than later because obviously as time goes on, there'll be less to choose from. I'd really like to see them attack cornerback still. I mean, we brought back Byron Murphy Jr. We signed Isaiah Rodgers, but I mean, those guys from a height perspective are only 5'10", and you don't really want your corners being all under 6 feet. So I'd like to see them go after, a bigger body cornerback. And then obviously I think keep investing in the O-line and in the D-line. And there's also maybe some speculation that Harrison Smith might come back. Obviously not a free agent signing, but that would still excite the fan base a little bit and get one more season out of him.
Matt, appreciate your time and your insight. Enjoy your off season. Hopefully we can catch in again right around the draft.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
Matt Anderson covers the Vikings. Follow Matt on X, Matt Anderson _8. Matt Anderson _8. Listen, you and I are both, like most everyone listening, probably in amongst our thumb travels on our phones, stumbling upon a different mock draft every day. All right. And literally the one I got sent to me yesterday has the Vikings at 24 taking Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss.
Hey, look, the Vikings are in a spot where I think the roster is good enough that you can take best player available. You can take a corner, you can take a D tackle. They are a good roster that's acquiring depth. They're in a real, without having a lot of picks, David, they're in a pretty decent spot. I wouldn't be surprised at all, however, to see them trade out of 24. They have 4 total draft picks.
I understand here, and I was thinking about this when you brought that up with Matt. Who's going to be the player that somebody wants to jump in to the first round and grab at 24? I mean,
yeah, I'll got a player for you.
Who?
Jackson Dart.
Okay. Part of having to go up to 24 also means that there's teams in the 20s that you're fearing that Jackson Dart's going to be taken by. 25 is Houston.
No chance.
27 is Baltimore.
Well, whoa. You skipped 26.
No, I know. I was doing it for a reason.
Okay.
But if you were the Rams, as close as you are, and this is just the second first-round pick that you've had in 9 years, are you going to take it on Matthew Stafford's heir apparent, who in theory won't see the field for at least 2027? I'm just asking you, would you do that if you were the Rams? You're close.
I know. But I've got an aging quarterback. And if I think Dart's the guy to replace him, hell yes, I'm going to do it.
Okay, Baltimore's 27, Detroit's 28, Commanders are 29, Bills are 30, Chiefs are 31, Philly's 32. I mean, there does seem to only be one team in the bottom quarter of the draft that would potentially draft a quarterback.
I understand, but depending where the first 2 quarterbacks go, I also want to make sure that Vegas or Tennessee or Cleveland, who all have early second-round picks, aren't going to spring up ahead. I'm just looking to see where they might go as well.
Okay, yes or no? No waffling. Okay, and we got about 30 seconds till break. If Shedeur Sanders gets past the Raiders at 6, if you're the Jets at 7, do you take him?
Yes.
Saints at 9.
Yes.
Okay. Because then, if he doesn't go by then, there's no team here who's going to, Seattle at 18. They just invested 3 years in Darnold. Probably not. Pittsburgh at 21. But you know what I'm getting at here. If he gets out of the top 10, he could get to 21. This could be Aaron Rodgers.
And that's what people are suspecting. I don't buy it. I don't think he gets out of the top 9, if you know what I mean.
Between the Jets and the Saints, you think that one of them takes him.
Yep. Miller and Moulton. Watch us. YouTube.com/Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, thank goodness you typed it so I didn't have to. Irish football, that is one of the most ignorant not ignorant, because that would mean you didn't know any better. That's one of the dumbest comments I've ever seen. He's not even going to be on the Rams team next year. He's going to get cut. He can't play in the league. That is laughable.
He's also got some issues.
Yes, he does.
Okay. I mean, I think the Rams have kept him around to try to help him out life-wise so he could have some structure. But I really think if they bring him to camp, he'll be nothing more than a training camp arm. They'll showcase him in a preseason game or two so that hopefully someone else takes a liking to him. But I think their plan with Stetson is to not have him on the team this year. And best case scenario, I believe, with the Rams is he would be picked up as the 4th quarterback on the practice squad. It's tough to find many people with the Rams to say anything good about him. I'll just leave it at that.
So, I was telling you, I get a lot of emails from the Hartford Courant lately, and I don't know how this has happened.
Right.
The other one I get, and I just deleted, is from like True Ammo something, like ammo.
Oh, wow.
I don't own
a gun.
Right. So I don't know how the ammo people found my address and send me at least one email every day to buy ammo.
I can't get rid of the Orlando Sentinel. I've unsubscribed like 123 times.
Well, my brother-in-law, who's in IT security for a living at a high level, has always said when you hit unsubscribe, that just reminds them that they've got the right email address.
I have to admit, though, everyone else I've unsubscribed from, I have within a week no longer gotten emails from. This one's maddening. And I'm getting like 40 a day. And it's really bothering me.
You know what I find interesting is that when you look at the quarterback class from last year, everybody did pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Which is very unusual.
Like highly unusual.
Right.
Which you want. I mean, there's got to be a bust in the group. Does that mean McCarthy's the? I mean, that's.
Or if the busts are going to come this year and next, so that it evens out. The total numbers.
No, I'm so right. I was thinking about that all day yesterday, going, Caleb looks like he can play. There's other guys like Nix and Daniels that are playing.
That's actually the guy I think is most likely to.
Caleb?
Is Caleb. I actually have confidence the other four guys from the pocket can play.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Man, there is nothing like a little off-season football talk to just get everybody worked up. Man, it doesn't matter what team you start going down the road with. Because, Mark, we talked Vikings for 8 to 10 minutes. That gets all the Lions and Packers and Bears fans all worked up. Then anybody else in the NFC with a pulse, they're kind of like, hey, don't forget about us. Okay, then you start talking about the Vikings offseason. You got to give the Vikings, I think, really good marks right now.
Absolutely.
Added two
Vikings
quality
and Bears both. I'm really impressed with what they've done.
They've added 4 starters at the line of scrimmage, 2 on D, 2 on offense. I like the fact both offensive linemen came from Indianapolis. Okay, I like the fact they played on the same team. They line up next to one another. Good. I like the chemistry. Good deal. We'll say, and I thought the GM in Minnesota got off to a very slow start. Boy, did he have a good offseason last year. First off, Darnold, 1 year, $10 million. How'd that work out? Also, it's the moves. They brought in 3 guys. They brought in a bunch of guys to help out on defense, and most of them really contributed. And he kind of bought off of the bargain pile, too. So
I thought what Matt Anderson said during that interview is really important in that Brian Flores can coach.
Yep.
And the fact of the matter is they didn't lose him in the offseason. He was up for a couple of jobs. He didn't get them. And now they can keep and retain that same coaching staff with O'Connell, who we all think's a offensive genius.
Yeah, you and I love him. You and I think he's the top 5, top 6 coach in the league. We really do.
Absolutely. So I really like what the Vikings have done so far.
And I can attest, man, those guys love playing for him, which I think is over half the battle as a head coach in the NFL. You're a leader of men. And if they'll run through a wall for you, well, that's a great place to start.
And that's what we'll find out about Ben Johnson this year.
Yep.
They've acquired a lot of personnel. They think they have their quarterback of the future. So what does Ben Johnson do in going from OC to head coach? And how do all of the players respond? I was listening to a little of Pat's show yesterday, and they were interviewing a defensive player from the Chargers. And Pat just asked him, do you guys ever, I think Jim might ask him, do you guys ever feel like you're unloved on that side of the ball? Because if I was, in fact, Jim Miller did ask me, because if I was Justin Herbert, I would be walking on cloud 9 with Harbaugh as my coach. But you're on the other side of the ball. How much love do you get from the coach? And I wonder with Ben Johnson, just how he's going to be able to take in the whole team, how he's going to be as a leader of men, how he's going to deal with his defensive players, because he's still essentially going to be the OC and calling the plays. So there's a lot of work for Ben Johnson. I hope for the Bears fans' sake he can handle it.
You know, you brought up something during the break. So we had 5 first-round picks at quarterback last year. They all went in the top 12. First off, and I wasn't intending on doing this, but very quickly, grade them. Okay, Caleb, what grade would you give him last year?
C minus.
Daniels?
A plus.
Drake May?
B minus, C plus.
Penix?
Probably about the same.
Bo Nix?
An A.
So think about that. 5 first-round draft picks at quarterback. The worst grade, Caleb was a C, right?
Yeah.
And so a C and 2 guys who are the C plus B minus.
Depends on whether we're in Jersey or Michigan and what the grading scale is. If you've listened for a while, that's a bone of contention between Miller and Moulton.
Yeah,
tougher grading in Jersey than Michigan, and it ain't close.
Yeah, when I grew up, you had to get 85 for a B. Apparently, you could get, what, 81, 80?
80 was a B, B minus. 84 was a B.
84 was a C when I was, my public school system in Jersey. I know, it was tough.
Jersey school system.
Okay. So therefore, can we conclude the quarterback who needs the most work heading into year 2 is Caleb?
It's either Caleb or Penix.
Just because Penix only played a handful of games?
Right, and that's the same reason I gave May the grade I did, because he only played a handful of games. But I thought he improved, and it looks like he can throw it. I mean, he looks like he can play. There's no talent there, so it's going to take a while to find out.
Right, and they haven't brought a whole lot in on offense to help them either. All their quality signings look as if they're on the defensive side of the ball. It's not from trying. I mean, they offered Godwin like $10 million more than what Tampa offered him, and he said, "No, I'm good." But quick sidebar, by the way, if you're Vrabel, you want to bring in 1 or 2 of these veteran wide receivers, even on a 1-year rental, Stephon Diggs.
I would definitely bring someone in. They need to give May a sure-handed receiver that can help him get first downs, help them move the chains. I think it's imperative to keep the confidence going for this guy. And I think a veteran receiver. Now, I don't know which one is the right attitude, because there's some veteran receivers that are going to disrupt things. They've got to find the right fit.
Somebody's saying, what about D-Hop? D-Hop signed last night with the Ravens. So he's off the board. 1 year, $5 million guaranteed, another $1 million in incentives. It's why, by the way, if I were the Patriots, and I know it's a salary cap hit that I don't want to take, but I've got the room. Man, do I have salary cap room. Even with all the spending that I've just done, do I have salary cap room? How much could Cooper Kupp help Drake May? mean, the word is he's going to Jacksonville. But, man, if I was New England, I would get in the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes.
That's a fascinating. If you're Cooper Kupp and the money's the same, New England or Jacksonville?
You go Jacksonville.
Right.
Taxes, weather. But that's why if I'm New England, I'm doing a deal before 4 o'clock today with the Rams. I'm not going to go open market. Okay.
The problem is that's such a, I get it, but you're taking on a huge number that you don't need to take on for Cooper Kupp. He's not worth what he's getting paid.
He's not worth it, but I can't get him unless I give up a 7th rounder. I'm going to lose the bidding war for Cooper Kupp, if you know what I mean. All right. So that's why I would probably grit my teeth and throw a proverbial 7th rounder of some kind at the Rams and just take Kupp off their hands. Because, Mark, I'm with you. They got to start doing something for Drake May, man. And we don't think they're doing enough. But so of the 5 in the first round from last year, is the biggest question mark still the number 1 overall pick?
I think that it is, because some of the tendencies that we've seen now, I think, worry us. He holds on to the ball forever.
Yeah, we don't think he was well coached last year, and he ended up having 3 of them. Okay, and so
how much did that set him back?
Well, now here comes the quarterback whisperer. And for as much as they've upgraded at the line of scrimmage and what have you, Ben Johnson knows. I mean, if he didn't fix Jared Goff, he wouldn't be the Bears head coach. He knows if I don't get Caleb Williams out of Caleb Williams, I ain't going to have this job more than 3 years.
I think Penix is a close second just because of the number of games played.
Which is another reason why they should hold on to Cousins, right?
Absolutely. 100%. That's a winnable division.
Totally. And what if you need Cousins just to fill in for 3-4 games? Penix gets banged up. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two coming up.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Lee just booked himself for Wednesday, March 19th at 7. He didn't. He asked. He's asked if that works.
Of course. Good thing you chose Wednesday.
That is astonishing.
What's that?
Lee's got your email wrong.
Yes.
Are you David Dot?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, and
he doesn't have the 0 on the end.
Yeah.
So but I said, that is great. Please note that David's email is, and then I put your email. And before I could even put it, it came up on the bottom. I put date, and it literally, so I just had to hit a button. And my phone knew what was next. That was impressive. Oh, wow. Featured story on Barrett Media's Morning Thing is on David Sampson.
Really? I hope it's good.
David Sampson is proving his value as contract approaches.
I hope he doesn't renegotiate with us.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Hump Day edition, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 2 poll questions. We think 2 pretty good ones. It's National Girl Scout Day, so what's your favorite cookie? Thin Mint, Tagalongs, and Samoas, right?
That's it. Thin Mint's getting a little over half of the vote. Samoas are second with about 33% of the vote, and Tagalongs bringing up the rear.
Oh, it was a lot closer than that throughout much of the show, but please vote. And if you're stuck, you're the Giants, you're the Steelers. Hell, arguably the Titans. You're stuck. And these are your only 2 choices for quarterback this year. Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. Who are you choosing?
And right now, 66% of you say Aaron Rodgers. And ironically, more people have voted on the quarterback question than on the Girl Scout cookie question.
Shocking developments here on Miller and Moulton.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. We start today in 1894. Coca-Cola is sold in bottles for the first time in a candy store in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Coke in a bottle is delicious.
Yeah. So
And
is
you
Pepsi.
still go to those all the Mexican restaurants that serve the Mexican Coke in a glass bottle. It's delicious. Don't know what to tell you.
And it's sweeter.
The Girl Scouts begin today in the United States as the Girl Guides, formed by Juliette Gordon Lowe in Savannah, Georgia, today in 1912. FDR had his first fireside chat as U.S. president via radio, speaking directly to 60 million listening Americans 8 days after his inauguration in 1933. 1947, President Harry Truman introduces the Truman Doctrine to fight communism. 1957, Random House and Moulton co-published The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss. 1970, the U.S. lowers its voting age from 21 to 18. 1971, the Allman Brothers Band record their live album, Live at Fillmore East. Both today and tomorrow, the album will be recorded with the 18-minute whipping post on there? Unbelievable. 1980, Billy Joel's seventh studio album, Glass Houses. It would produce his first #1 single, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. He's taken 4 months off of touring. Had to have surgery.
Yeah, apparently he got sick.
1990, the LA Raiders announced their return to Oakland. 2019, the U.S. college admissions scandal. Dozens are charged, including Lori Loughlin and Felicity Huffman.
Basically derailed their careers.
It really did.
How much have they even worked since? I don't even know if Lori Loughlin can get a Hallmark movie.
Today in 2020, the men's basketball tournament is canceled because of COVID. And the NHL pauses its season due to COVID.
So Rudy Gobert 5 years ago yesterday, right?
Yesterday.
That was a night thing. And then by today, didn't they play the first half of...
I thought that was the ACC tournament.
Right. That today was the beginning of the ACC tournament. Florida State was the #1 seed, I think, and they played the first half of their first game. And then they canceled the tournament at halftime, and they brought out the trophy, and Florida State took a picture with it.
And 2 years ago today, Scottie Scheffler becomes the third golfer after Nicklaus and Woods to hold the Masters and Players titles at the same time when he wins by 5. Jack Kerouac, Eddie Sutton, Ernie Zampese, and Al Jarreau would have all celebrated birthdays today. Racer Johnny Rutherford is 87. Liza Minnelli is 79. She, like you, David, loves Broadway.
I love Broadway.
Mitt Romney is 78. James Taylor, 77. Dale Murphy is 69 years old and still not in the Hall of Fame.
No, he's not, you blankety blanks. What the heck? Get with the program. Back-to-back MVPs as a center fielder. He was the second biggest slugger in the National League in the 80s behind Michael Jack Schmidt. You got to be kidding me.
And Darryl Strawberry is 63. What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, I do feel it has to be pointed out. Mitt Romney, 78.
Yes.
Man, he looks good, doesn't he?
He does.
I mean,
boy, did we screw up. Everything he ever touched turned to gold, but why would you want him?
What was it? What did I have earmarked here? So the United States and specifically Alaska changed today in 1968. You know, when Alaska became a state only a few years earlier, okay? I mean, like Alaska, I think became a state like in 59. It was isolated. It was poor. Okay. There were people questioning, why'd we add Alaska? Yeah, they discovered oil today in 68 along the northern shore of Prudhoe Bay, which got them kicking the tires around the rest of the state for oil. Turns out there's a lot of it. Kind of changed the state and, you know, things. Just saying.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I will never share this story with my daughter.
Okay.
But we go to Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin.
Hello.
Where police were dispatched to a home in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, after a little boy called 911 to say his mother had to be locked up. 4-year-old said, "My mommy is being bad." The dispatcher asked, "Okay, what's going on?" The boy replied, "Come and get my mommy." Mommy then grabbed the phone and said, "Oh, this little one got the phone and he's 4. Seconds later, she confessed, "I ate his ice cream. That's probably why he's calling 911. While she is saying that, her son can be heard continuing his argument in the background, and he was not pleased. Police did show up at the family home to ensure that the ice cream theft was not a cover for a more serious situation. You know how many times I've stolen my daughter's ice cream?
Oh, yes, we know.
At least 164. For the bad, we go to Punta Gorda, where the Punta Gorda Police Department arrested a man for leading them on a chase throughout downtown Punta Gorda on an electric scooter. Philip Palifi is the owner of an electric bicycle store there, said the suspect, Ronald Bogger, asked to test ride a brand new electric scooter. He took off, and then he was gone. He called the guy who didn't pick up, and he said he left a pretty good message informing him that he called police. A few minutes later, the suspect ran inside the store, threw the scooter on the ground, and took off outside the store. Police caught up with him at the Dollar Tree across from the electric bike shop, attempting to hide from officers by stripping off some of his clothes in an effort to disguise himself. He was found to have an outstanding warrant in Sarasota County for stealing lottery tickets back in 2020 from a Circle K that he worked. Finally, the ugly. We go to Fort Myers, where Paul Quinn was hearing noises in his house on Sunday morning in his dining room. And when he made his way into his dining room, he noticed something was different. The screen door was damaged. He said, "I got up from the chair. I could see the door. There was something wrong with the screen." And I'm like, "What happened?" He heard a hiss, like an air noise, he said. A 6.5-foot alligator had broken through the screen and made his way into his dining room.
There we go.
Called 911. It actually took an hour for FWC to show up. They cornered the alligator, who bit a chair while being captured in the dining room. Took a few swipes at the baseboard. Fortunately, the Quinns are okay. Their dining room a little damaged. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, March the 12th.
So we got 4 games in the NHL tonight, but they all have playoff implications. Absolute must win for your Wings, Mark, at home against Buffalo. My goodness. Vancouver and Calgary are what? Tied, separated by a point for the final playoff spot out west. They're playing in Calgary. Flames better win. They've got like 6 of 8 coming up at the end of the month on the road. Anaheim's at Utah. The hockey club's like 3 points out of a playoff spot. And Montreal just 2 points out of the final playoff spot in the East. Canadians are in Seattle to face the Kraken.
Go Kraken.
College hoops tonight. Now, here are the conference finals, Mark. I got 3 of them. 5 o'clock today, I got the Southland final on ESPN2. Lamar and McNeese.
McNeese, a big favorite, 13.5.
They win like damn near 30 games. I mean, they're really good. Patriot League at 7 on CBS Sports Network. Navy, who's 15-18 on the season, trying to have a Cinderella run in the Patriot League tournament. They need to beat American at 7 to do so.
American's the 1 seed. They're only favored by 3.5. That seems rather low to me.
And 11:30 tonight on the Deuce Big Sky final, Montana and Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado's never been, right?
Correct.
And like the America East final, I think Maine is in it, and they've never been. We've got a chance here for 2 or 3 schools who have never made the tournament to make it coming up. I'm going to throw these bubble games out there. SEC tournaments on SEC Network today. South Carolina, Arkansas at 1. You just wonder if Arkansas loses to them twice at the end of the season. I know they're in right now, and they should be. But if they lost to South Carolina, how close to the bubble do the Hogs get?
The bubble's so bad, as Shelby has pointed out so many times. I don't know, David.
I think they only have 19 wins on the year. Texas, Vandy at 3:30. Absolute must for Texas. I don't even think if they win it, they're in. I just think if they win it, they're within a game potentially of getting in. 9:30 tonight, Oklahoma, Georgia. Oklahoma is in by most bracketologists. If they win tonight, it's for sure. If they lose tonight, they're on the bubble, sweating out the rest of the week. And Peacock, 6 o'clock. Ohio State has to beat Iowa. Has to. And they are right on the bubble. They're last team in, according to some bracketologists.
Association tonight, the Heat host the Clippers. The Clippers played last night. The Heat are a 2.5-point favorite at home, but the game of the night is in Boston. Oklahoma City taking on the Celtics. The Celtics are 3.5-point favorites. It's an ESPN game tonight, and I know most of you don't like the association. I think we'll have a good one tonight. I think both teams will play hard.
Do you think this is a preview of the NBA Finals?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too.
Yes, I do. And that's why I think it's worth watching.
The nightcap at 10 on ESPN is Minnesota-Denver. So there you go. Got a full night. Even got some day action here. Big conference tournaments are playing games right after noon. Got a 5 o'clock game, which is going to determine a tournament bid. Telling you, watch McNeese, and then tell me you don't pick them in the first round of the dance.
I got to look at this. It just depends on who they play, and I'm curious of their size. You keep talking about McNeese in Michigan. I worry about teams like that against big teams. That's my only fear.
I got you. It's a good fear to have. They got blown out last year in the tournament when I was all over. It's not like I get a lot wrong, Mark. I just sound very convincing before I'm wrong.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.